Hear her. Hi world. Happy Wednesday. I hope everyone is having as lovely weather as we're having here. I feel like I say that a lot because we often have good weather here. Check it out, hands free today, everybody. Look at that. So, yeah, we're just waiting on the awesome, ever wonderful cat. Oh, and we didn't hardly have to wait at all. How about that? What's up?
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Good. I'm all set up and ready. So early.
Oh, swell. Swell. I
Yeah.
was set up and
I
ready an
just
hour early because I'm an idiot or something.
yeah, that's what you're saying. I'm like, I need a little more time. Just a
No,
little
no,
more
no. It wasn't quite that bad. I was thinking, I was telling my husband, okay, I'm on in 5 minutes. And then I'm like, wait,
time. An hour and 5 minutes.
yeah, I'm just going to double check that with her before I actually go through all of that crap and push all those tiny buttons.
Yeah. I'm glad you did. Sorry for not getting a hold of you last night too. I completely forgot until it was like really late, and I was like, you know what? It'll be fine. I'll just get in contact with her in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Have you freaking out?
Well, it wasn't quite that bad. I said, if I haven't heard from her in a day or two, I'll just send another one, be like, are you alive? Like,
I died out there.
did you get eaten by a bear? You know?
Or just decide not to come back.
That's probably more
That's a
likely.
possibility for me, anyways. Yeah,
It's
no,
probably more
I've
likely.
just been so busy because this is the week of Ryder going back to school.
Oh, okay.
So you have all these things like try to like figure out. I hate
Wow.
school. I hate school
Ours
even
went
when
back
I'm
a
not
month
in it.
ago. I
Yeah,
like
see, it's a
school
little
a
bit
lot
different up
better
here.
now. When do they get out?
Uh, Sometime in June. They go
Mm-hmm,
back in September after Labor Day
mm-hmm.
weekend.
Right. That's what they used to do here, so I've been told.
Yeah, that's what we still do here. So we're good with that. Yeah, just trying to figure out all the so many damn forms you have to fill out
Hmm.
that they send you. Do you not get those?
Well, I mean, it's probably very different. I have to re-enroll them over the internet every year.
Yeah, it's not like a re-enrolling, but it's more like consent forms for different things.
Mm-hmm.
And then they want contact information, but not just that. They try to set up this stupid freaking portal thing, and I hate it. It's like,
Oh,
and I was like, is it just me? Because like trying to like remember the everything you have to do to get inside that portal and then try to figure out the layout to look at your kid's progress. It's really annoying. And
wow.
I was like, I guess I feel so bad because I'm like I should just not have so much trouble. Like this is for my kid or whatever. But then I got an email saying because that's where you find the report card even right.
Yeah.
It's like they don't want to have any
Wow.
contact. Saying, well, since none of the parents keep like, I'm like, see, I'm not the only one. This thing
It,
sucks. Just spend the money that we give you as tax.
oh, geez.
Just
Like,
it's super annoying. Like oh, I don't know. It's really annoying. So I wasn't the only one. Like obviously not being able to figure out this stupid thing and not getting a hold of anyone. And like, oh my god, just it's a shit show.
well, maybe it won't be for much longer if you're not the only one, you know.
They're just gonna just keep trying to do it. But I think now they're coming up with some sort of app to download, their own
Oh,
personal app.
oh.
Anything to do to like avoid like having to actually have a human face contact with someone. It seems like.
Maybe it's a luxury I have. I have gone multiple times, many times. If I have a problem with their website or whatever, which it's bad, I will just march my ass. I will just drive right over to the board of it to the board and be like,
Yeah, they don't like that.
"Hey, I know they don't like that. I don't care. Hi, I'm an
Yeah.
idiot. Can you help me do this thing, please?"
Well, I mean, I
And they
got the
will
report
begrudgingly
eventually.
do
I
it,
found
you
it.
know.
I was able to get it, but like the fact of trying to figure it out is just really annoying. So I didn't have to go down there, but like I shouldn't even have to go through the fucking portal. Just send me the fucking report card.
No, yeah. The fact that they can't, like, hello, some kids live with their 70-year-old grandparents. What the fuck? Like,
well,
the fact that you can't...
Too, you have to have a computer. They even send us field trip information for us to print out on our computer and then sign to give it to the kids so they can take it to the teacher. It's like, you cheap bastards.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. We do definitely still get permission slips. Actually, matter of fact, I have one sitting on the table right now that I meant to sign last night.
Yeah, no, they want you to do that because they're too damn cheap to just
pay
for paper. So what are you doing with all that money that we keep giving you?
Oh, but I'm expected to buy printer ink? Excuse you?
Yeah.
What?
And a printer.
No, yeah, but like we legit have a printer that's just kind of sitting around empty because the cartridges cost as much as it does.
I know. Like, it's, you know how much ink is to get the cartridges for my printer? If I didn't disable the chip, over $100.
Right, yeah, I think we talked about this before. It's insane.
Yeah. I didn't know it went to that much at this point.
Mm-hmm.
The inflation, right? Because it's been so long. But
it's really got back to the point where I will just go pay.
I was like, oh hell no. I'm like, thank God I know how to disable that chip that allows me to put in like refillables and like non HP cartridges, right? The cheaper kinds, because I don't care. Like,
that's awesome. I don't know how to do that. I will just pay 25 cents a page at Office Max. Like, we're back to that.
Yeah, but you can't get color.
What are you talking about? Our Office Max does, our Office Max does everything from black and white print picture.
What's Office Max?
It's a store. It's a chain store. Do you not have that there? Well, they will print off anything you want, from a little page pamphlet black and white print thing to a giant fucking colorful banner. You have to pay them money. You have to pay them money, but they will print. Yeah, no, it's cool. So yeah, if I need something printed off that bad, I'll just go up there.
Staples does that?
Maybe.
I don't think they do. I think they only do black and white.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this Office Max here in town keeps itself in business this way because their office supplies are dusty, okay? And expensive as shit. Mm-hmm. There's no reason to go there for them anyway. But yeah, they print up, and they had other people in there when I went in. I went in and I had my book printed up because I wanted a physical fucking copy of it. It cost me $50 too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that the only kind of store like that here is Staples, and they only do black and white. Because I've done different articles and pamphlets and stuff like that, promotions and all that through Staples.
Yeah.
And it's only black and white. I've only had it black and white because you can't get color. So I'm assuming it's still like.
What is this? The 1950s? Holy shit.
I know.
Oh my God.
Fucking Canada.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's crazy.
Not impressed with that. But yeah, I guess I could use that for doing, the slips and stuff like that. But I mean, I want color with
hey, if you figured out a way to jailbreak your printer, more power to you. I don't know how to do that. So
yeah, because now I only have to pay like $10 or $20 depending on the color or whatever, or the ink that I can put in instead of like $100. That's a huge markup.
That's extortion. That's ridiculous.
It's such extortion.
You can literally buy a printer for that.
I know.
Which is what I'm talking about. Like, I saw that price and I'm just like, and no.
Yeah, no. Disable that chip if you can. Disable the chip if you can, then it's worth it. If you can't, then don't bother.
No, it's actually my son has a printer, so maybe I'll pass that information along to him. But like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
But like, if they wanted me to print out permission slips, I'd be tempted. That's insane.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Because like you have to figure into the travel and then finding the time to go travel to do that.
Mm-hmm.
There's always a bunch of little things that need to get done. It's so tediously unnecessary.
Yep.
Just so that they don't have to spend money. It's like, where is the tax money that you get going to? Like,
Do they not have any printers in a school building? I'm
They
so
have them. They just
confused.
don't want to use them. They want to use them as little as possible because they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay for the paper. They don't want to pay for the ink themselves. But it's like,
But they get
that's why you get money from us.
and they get bulk rates, don't they? They get wholesale rates on all that shit
Yes,
that
they
the individual consumer does not get.
But you know what it goes for? Things like because like they don't even have like basic sports equipment either, like or art supplies. You have to bring everything in yourself.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's really bad. And so where's that money going to? Well, it's going to the different offers and projects set up by like Google and Apple, where you get like everyone gets a new tablet here in this class, and like yeah, because they've got contracts with these fucking big tech companies. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. I feel like I'm just this place really is perpetually stuck in the 20th century. Our kids get laptops, like, but they're not, it's not like that. Holy shit.
But we don't get to take them home. Like it's for the school
Oh.
only.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no. Like the kid gets an individual laptop, which they then slowly pay for over the course of 4 years, by which time it is obsolete. It's a great deal. You know.
It's stupid. Just get books and get them to get notebooks. They don't need to be on the internet. That's not how you retain information either. It's really, really not.
No.
It's better to write it out by hand and to do it with objective material reality and, you know, instead of like, virtually.
Yeah. Hey, Alfalfa, what's up?
Hey, Alfalfa.
We're complaining about school systems.
What's today's agenda? School systems, and they suck.
Yeah. Oh, I could go on about ours just because of how stupid it is, but they're not just downright corrupt, like that's corrupt. Like it sounds like you've got going on.
Yeah.
Oh
my god, it's so different than when I used to go to school. So different. Like, and what they're teaching them at different grades. I'm like, I would have learned that 2 grades ago. Like, why are you so slow? Like, why is it so?
Oh,
yeah, and it's very disproportionate.
Weird.
Because it's supposed to be like, oh, free for, you know, without any sort of regulation, you know, regulated sort of curriculum, so that they teach them a different things in a different class that's the same grade, right? They have 2 separate classes for like the same grade, right? They will be teaching 2 separate things completely because the curriculum is not stringent, like because it's some sort of stupid implementation that they put in about not grading students and free curriculum ideas and supposed to, you know, help with critical thinking. No, it doesn't.
The phrase free curriculum is a fucking oxymoron. I'm sorry.
I know, like you have to build on what you've learned previously, especially with like say math.
Yeah.
So like it's so dumb. And no wonder kids can't read when they graduate high school. No wonder every single time when I go to a store and I give them cash money and I'm like, oh, wait, no, here, have this so I can get better change, like say a paper dollar bill. They can't do the math and it screws them up. No wonder.
Well, see, I've heard rumors about that. I've heard people talk about that. I've never actually encountered that.
I encounter it all the time here. It's really bad. Canada's gotten really bad with its educational institutions. Really
well,
bad.
Not only like 10 years is a long time, but I've been an adult for a lot longer than that. You know, I've lived here for 10 years. I'm not saying you're lying.
No, I know. We also live in a different country, so like
yeah, it's easy to forget that sometimes. It sounds like they went the opposite direction of the way they did with the school system here, which is they about 20 years ago, right after I was done with it, went hardcore regimented with it.
Really?
Yeah, basically. No child left behind, so that there are very, very specific, extremely low standards.
Yeah.
That everyone meets.
Yeah,
before you can move forward.
No, they make you move forward. We got it a different way. No child
left behind. They still push you forward.
No one gets failed. It means
they still push you forward.
Yeah.
Right. No, they still push you forward. They still do that. But it's by having it be like a conveyor belt.
Yeah.
where everybody
Ours
does
is
kind of
just
go
don't
through the
teach
same
them anything
thing.
and pass them anyways.
Right. Yours sounds like more of a scattershot kind of thing.
Yeah, what they do, like, and it's so dumb because they're like, oh, we won't even have grades anymore. But instead, what they do is they put out like 4 different levels of like understand or doesn't. Oh, what are the levels? But they're just words. I'm like, but that's just A, B, C, F. So you're still grading them. You're just calling them. You're not getting them a letter. You're just you're giving them a sentence, but it's the same thing. Like, what are you
Hey,
talking
Belle.
about?
Hey, Born. We got people in the comments. Sorry.
Oh, yay!
Yeah,
Wow.
there's people.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about what happened to double XYYs. I did not hear anything about that. Surprise, right? I'm always up on top of the gossip, but not this time. No, I'm kidding. I never know anything about this shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And Belle's here. Hi, Belle.
Yeah, that's just my little tiny rant.
Oh,
I had to get it off my chest
I
because
completely.
starting a new school year has just been like, ugh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then I get my kid coming back saying, okay, for gym, we're supposed to have white soles, so I need new shoes. I'm like, no, we just bought you new school shoes for that. For
White
gym. We're
souls?
not going to go
What?
out and rebuy a whole new
Oh,
fucking pair because the teacher doesn't want to have to deal with white or black skid marks on the gymnasium floor. That's what a janitor's for. Clean your floors. Clean your fucking floors. I'm not going to go out and buy a whole new thing of fucking athletic shoes for him because it's the wrong soles, which you never sent out any sort of email talking about appropriate footwear. You didn't do that. You waited until everyone bought their shoes and then they went in for gym and then you told them, well, they all need to have white soles. No.
Oh, ours
if the
is
teacher has
bad
a problem
for
with
that.
yeah. If the teacher has a problem with that, they can talk to me about it. Because I
right
will go
on.
off.
Yeah, I bet you
haven't heard
will.
anything back. So
Shocking.
I bet I'm not the only one.
No, I'm sure you're not, because how ridiculous. Our school system's bad for that too. And you're suddenly making me feel better that maybe I'm not the only person who struggles with this over the years. Like, for example, you know how most people get paid on a Friday, yeah?
Yeah.
They will send me a permission slip on a Tuesday for the field trip that is that Friday.
Oh no.
And I'm like, you know what? If y'all had given this to me last week, I would have had some cash for you. But as of right now, I'm waiting on Friday, literally the day of the field trip. So,
Oh my gosh. See, ours doesn't do that. Ours will give us plenty notice for field trips, like weeks in advance.
oh, yeah, we're okay. Bye. Why wouldn't we be okay?
Bye.
I'm so confused. Anyway, you were saying.
We're actually not that bad for that. Actually, they will give us field trip notices and slip permissions like weeks in advance. So
But you have to
I
print them
guess
out
they're
yourself.
doing that right. It's so funny. It's almost like complete opposite.
Yeah. Like I say, yeah, they went like, we went one way 20 years ago, and it sounds like they went the other way. That's fun. And yet, the outcome is the same.
Helpful.
Right, yeah, no, they're both extremely unhelpful, and the education system in both cases is suffering greatly. So yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, fun. Yeah. So
Not
that's been
sure
my
what.
hectic week dealing with that shit.
Oh, I'm sorry, girl. I feel your pain. That was me a month ago. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel empathy too now. I'm so sorry for last month.
Oh no,
Right?
you're fine. Oh, I mean,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
it's fine. It gets under my skin because it's just like the stupidity of it all, just
yeah,
like the audacity sometimes of it all, with what they expect parents to be able to just do on a whim.
yeah. We signed him up for football, and we told them this is a small school, flag football, okay, not
Yeah.
tackle football, because he's 8. All right, and I don't want him, any of my kids doing that nonsense. But anyway, so I'm just like, whatever. And I said this to the secretary. I said this to my husband. I said this to the teacher. I'm like, just whatever sport they got, we want it this year because he is a ball of energy and needs to run it off.
he needs to get that energy being used up from coming
And
home.
we were 3 days in, and I had yet to receive any paperwork or have anyone say anything to me about what the sport was or when it started. So I just went into the office and said, "Hey, what is sport anyway?" And then I find out that the first practice is that day, and I'm like, mind you, I've been looking for the coach, but the coach is not the same person as the gym teacher who was the coach last year.
What?
So I don't even know who I'm looking for, and I'm just
what?
He turned out to be the only black man on the staff, so like I could have found him if I had known that. But like
you didn't know that.
I didn't know that. So yeah, that was just a mess. And I'm just like, I don't understand. I asked specifically why didn't anyone provide me with the information? It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I ended up having to go talk to 3, 4, 5
still
different
in
people.
elementary school then? He's still in elementary school then? He's still
Yeah,
in
the
elementary
youngest
then,
is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then we have one about to graduate this year. So there's a gap, you know.
Yeah. But you're on the last one. You're almost free.
Oh my gosh, my friend. Actually, I have maybe a better announcement to make than what I made a couple weeks ago because I've been upset about that, honestly. But Jay was telling me how great it is to have most of their kids out of the house, and the one who lives with them is 18 like ours is and has a job. So like
okay, awesome.
Yeah, so they're like going out to eat all the time and shit. I'm like,
giving them the bombastic side eye, like
yeah, well, he's trying to make me jealous because he thinks that, inevitably our lives will take a similar turn. And I keep trying to tell my husband that, and I don't think he believes me. I hardly believe it myself, to be fair, like it's hard to see past that horizon.
Even if, yeah, because who knows what the inflation will be by then.
Oh, God. No, I just mean like I can't imagine my life in 10 years, like regardless.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm thinking of like the cost of things. I'm like fucking going out. Like I still can't do that even without.
Right. But like you have a kid, it's hard to just sit and picture them as adults.
Yeah,
and what that will be like. Like
I don't like it. I miss it.
No, right. Like who can just picture what that's like? I can't.
Yeah.
I can't. So I don't. It is like a horizon that I just like can't see beyond right now.
Well, yeah, because that's like your baby, right? So it's kind of like.
No, it's not even that. It's just.
Well, it is for me.
Well, yeah. For me, it's more like I've been a parent since I was 24. It's already been 18 years. Okay, like.
Yeah, you're done.
What is life? No. It's what is life without it.
Yeah,
What?
the empty nest syndrome.
No, I mean I have plenty of stuff to do. I just can't
the
quite.
Empty nest syndrome is when you like you've been doing it for so long. You're kind of like, it's such a big change.
It's like stepping off a boat. Yeah. And you still are kind of going like this.
Yeah, that's what empty nest syndrome is. It's like when the kids move out and you're just like, well, what the fuck? Like it's just like an anxiety sort of.
I don't expect to have anxiety. I do expect to have like sea legs, like parent brain. Like
yeah.
Because it's been like parent brain as in like sea legs. Like my brain is still going to be set in that mode. I do fully expect that.
Well, yeah, but that's part of empty nest syndrome where you're just like, because you've been doing it so long, right? That when it's like done with,
I just don't expect to be anxious about it, I guess.
Yeah, there's a form of anxiousness.
I don't expect that would surprise
debilitating anxiety. Just because you have anxiety doesn't mean it has to be debilitating anxiety.
Yeah, no.
So it's
I'm so busy already. Speaking of which, he's actually gonna promote my video this October. Oh my god, like for real, with like a decent chunk of money behind it, and that's pretty cool.
Oh, yay!
Yeah, which is
getting your feet clapping.
Yeah. And I explained to him, I'm like, you know what? I would love to take you up on the offer of beginning to promote my novel a year from now, but it will not be finished by then. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't do that.
I have some bad news, by the way.
Oh, what's that?
I was not able to finish that whole book. I started it and fell asleep when I was out camping. Because it was at night. And I was tired. I was just tired. And so I couldn't keep my eyes open. So I got into it. I just didn't get to any part that's changed yet. From what I can tell.
Okay. Take your time.
Yeah. So just I just want to get that out of the way too. But it's not because of like anything, just me being.
Okay. I'd rather do that through email anyway. That's fine.
That's good. That's good. So I'll be getting to that this week though. So things start to calm down from his school or whatever.
Cool. And we can just keep that more behind the scenes. That's totally fine.
Sure. We can do that. I could be hush hush.
Well, I mean, it's not a secret, but.
Well, I know because you've already like actually read it, but still, that's why I said hush hush.
I just mean like, I don't know. It's so interesting because I feel like maybe people are interested in the writing process, but on the other hand, no one knows who I am. So like maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah.
Those people who like it's interesting how some people that's how they like build up hype for their book is they kind of bring people in on the process of writing it, you know?
Yes, I've seen that. I've seen that with some YouTubers, and I know that happens like on TikTok, maybe, I think.
I feel like that's an extroverted person thing.
I would not be able to do that whole self-promotion thing. I'd feel just...
Oh, I'm looking forward to promoting it when it's finished. Are you kidding me? I'm going to be proud of it by then. But right now, like...
I would be like, I would, even if I was proud of it, it's... select random people to be interested, right? Because if it's fully self-promotion, like it just feels...
but I figured out the way to get around. The way to fix that is by actually feeling like I'm going to be giving them something they'll like. You know, it's like.
Yeah, but if you don't have any followers of that book yet, try to find that. Trying to get, who do you know out there? You don't.
That's what the freaking YouTube channel.
Just random people that you're bothering. That's how I feel.
Yeah, that's what the freaking YouTube channel has been supposed to be for. See, is I've been trying to build a little community so that anyone would give a shit when I published a book. That's been my ulterior motive the whole fucking time. I know. And this man, for whatever reason, maybe it's because his business is doing well right now and he has like extra capital to reinvest. I don't know. But he finally understood what I was saying. He's trying to market his sister's book, right? And he sat there and said to me that what he has learned is that you need to put everything else on pause and focus on community building. And I was like, no shit.
Right?
What do you think I have been trying to do? I haven't been super duper successful at it. But, yes.
You sort of have. You just haven't really did any sort of essay formatted videos in a while.
And that's one that this next one is going to be sort of a hybrid because I am going to be kind of off the cuff responding to videos, but also there's a big framework for it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know.
No,
I'm
but
excited.
That's, I think, a good idea. Responding to videos. Yeah.
And it's going to be kind of
it gives you context to work. It gives you some context to work with, like more content, that you bounce off of instead of just coming up with a whole idea. And then having an essay of it and then doing it all like instead of, so I think it would be easier to do response videos.
Well, and I just I'm watching something and it sparked the idea. So,
yeah.
It's the natural form.
I'll be sitting and I'll watch something and I'm like, that's not true. And I'll start arguing and I'm like, what? I should just start filming this. I should just do a response because like sometimes I'm just like, what the fuck? What are you talking about?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And so
that I think that's why I think it would be a lot easier is because you have something to bounce off of, right? So
it's a natural sort of conversation dialectical form instead of you just pontificating,
Yeah, exactly. I
But
think
in
that's it would
but
be helpful. It'll give you more I think views too, because a lot of people do that for that reason.
right, well, and that's worked for me a couple of times where I have responded or reacted to somebody famous, and that got
Yeah.
me a lot of views, but they don't stick, you know. And the person I'm responding to this in October is not famous, thank goodness, and I hope that she never becomes famous.
Yeah.
Uh,
But I mean, it might not stick, but eventually you'll get the people, because you'll get people from that community, right? From that person's community. But eventually you'll get people that have like, will build up when it comes to it because they agree with you as well, or they find you interesting, not just them. So it's still a
right.
slow process, but like it's still helpful that you're engaging with another content creator.
And I hate to
I guess
say
that's
it, but like the turf label ended up being so incredibly toxic
Oh yeah.
because that was like it didn't start out that way. I'm sorry, but like, oh no, I'm in a group of rebels. They actually
Yeah.
managed to kill my fucking freelance career before it even started. Because of that,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's
What?
not gonna get you it's not gonna get you a lot of pats on the back being known as
No,
a
yeah. But like, it happened in the opposite order of that. Okay, like I had a political stance before I tried to have a blog. You understand, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So then it didn't occur to me that in 2014 that expressing said political stance on my blog was going to get me canceled 8 years later. That didn't fucking occur to me. Okay.
Yeah, well, you can't. Yeah.
But that was some real shit. And part of the reason, I mean, aside from again, I'm leaning more towards the themes and the subject matter of the book. So I'm pivoting towards like the occult. Okay. And good luck canceling somebody there.
Yeah.
Good fucking luck. They're
Well,
worse than the Catholic Church.
yeah. Well, I mean, right now, I don't think it would get you canceled even like at
No,
this point. No turf stuff because of
no.
like the sort of changing tide, depending on where you live. Whoa.
Sorry, there is truck.
Okay, I was like, what the fuck is that? Is that a fire alarm?
Oh, it's truck. I can't do shit about that. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Um,
Jesus. Okay.
yep.
Is it
Oh,
done?
good. We're
Is we
done.
done?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
He's turned
The
around, and I think he's
bastard.
leaving now.
Yeah. Like, say for
Wow.
Canada, might not be. It might still be as censorious, but places like the States, UK, and all that. I mean, there's been a shift when it comes to that kind
That's
of
that too.
turkey.
So I'm
Yeah.
gonna go ahead
So
and A, use that to my advantage, and B, just kind of pivot to it in a different direction that
yeah.
is different. So
Different. That's different.
and it's a different aspect of my own personality anyways, so it's like I'm just addressing the same things from a different angle is what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's funny because I know you don't believe in any of that stuff. I only believe in like a few choice things of anything, but most of it I'm going to be just having so much fun making fun of and tearing apart because like I grew up like Wicca is the church that I grew up in basically, so
Yeah.
I've just been around this stuff for so long. Some of these are thoughts I had when I was 14, like,
Yeah.
and I'm going to finally get to share them, and that's going to be fun.
Yeah. It should be interesting.
Yeah.
For me, I've I don't know. Like I'm still obviously believe in what we're going to be reading about now, but
Mm-hmm.
like I've had to really distance myself from a lot of the other quote unquote radical feminists
Oh, okay.
due to their very Western imperialist sort of attitudes. Unfortunately,
That's
because
weird.
yeah, I thought it weird too. I didn't expect it to be so pro, like, yeah, imperialist.
Well, when you say, can you give me an example of what that looks like?
Well,
Because
for
I
one,
can't.
supporting Israel is pro-imperialist, right?
Oh,
That just
yeah.
seems true because it's a proxy
Wait,
state of,
wait,
it's a vessel state.
wait. I don't. Okay. I'm not sure those two things are directly connected, but I'm not sure how you be a radical feminist and support that. I don't.
Oh, it's absolutely directly affected. What do you think Israel is? It's a vessel state for imperialism in the
Well, no, no, no,
East,
no,
in the
no, no,
Middle
no.
East.
It's absolutely okay. Okay. There's a couple steps there. Yeah. I don't tend to think about that stuff a whole lot because it's fucking settled as far as I'm concerned. And they're fucking terrifying me right now with all of their, apocalyptic garbage. It's very
Yeah.
frightening.
Well, that's why I think it's important now. It's not settled because
No, I'm not saying it's not important. It is. I don't wrestle with it in my head a whole lot because what the fuck?
Well, I don't want to settle it in my head. That's not the point. My point is that other feminists supposedly have now decided to become very, like, pro-imperialist, and I can't work with these women. I won't. I won't work with somebody who supports genocide. I like, that's kind of a big thing. And so,
They're
yeah,
called
that's,
Zionists.
I know.
Just use the word. Yeah, like radical feminist Zionists. That's fucking ridiculous.
Zionist is an ideology to excuse Western imperialism, but the
Yeah.
thing is, Israel is a proxy state, vessel state for America to be able to go into the Middle East and cause chaos, break up self-determined, like, elections to, yeah, pretty much cause chaos because there's oil there. That's what it's for. That's what it's used for. That's the purpose of Israel. If there wasn't like that, then Israel wouldn't exist because America wouldn't fund it. It's a vassal state for American imperialism. It's not about religion. That's the excuse, right? To have it exist. So the fact that a lot of these women can't understand that and still support that, even after all the things that Israel has done to show you exactly their ass, then I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. I can't work with you because I don't work with white supremacists because it's a white supremacist ethno-state. They don't want brown Jews or black Jews because, I mean, look at what they bombed Iran. That's Iran is the second highest Jewish community in its country, is in Iran. They tried to force sterilize Ethiopian Jews when they tried to flee and get refuge because they're black and they don't want more black Jews. And so they literally force sterilized them without their knowledge. Like, these are not good either for women. Like, it does affect women, just not affect white women. And the fact that these feminists don't conceive of this boggles my mind. It really does. So
Yeah, I admit that I hadn't connected directly the Israel thing to the radical feminism thing. I just kind of made both of those decisions from the same place,
yeah,
like, yeah, wow,
and like, yeah, it's just, and the fact, like, people like Kelly J. Keane are like trying to cause race riots now, like, in the UK, like, what the fuck?
it got
Like,
really
y'all
dark
lost
over
the
there
plot.
really fast, didn't it? Things got
What?
really dark over there really fast.
Yeah,
Oh my
it did.
god. And I have
like,
I've lost track of her, actually. I unsubscribed from her a while back. I've lost track of her, I realized.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like, that's her main point. She claims it's for women, but she's supporting all these race riots. She's talking about race 24/7. She's like, goddamn right, I like support the race riots. You should too. It's like, what the fuck? Where? What? Why? What are you talking about? And now she's going on this tangent where it's just Middle Eastern men, not UK men who are a problem. No, they're fine. There are protectors. It's only the black ones, the brown ones. Oh yeah, this is what I mean. You have not seen this? This is what I mean. It's bad out
I
there.
haven't
Like,
seen
the
that.
white supremacy is crazy right now, that movement. It boggles my
Oh
mind.
my
I was just like,
god.
jaw, like, dropped to the floor. Like, are you kidding? Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, it's bad. It's maddening. I swear.
Well, I mean, bleach blonde hair was always the racist dog whistle, I guess, right? Like, um,
I'm a 60-year-old Marilyn Monroe over here.
like even when they did it in Hollywood, it's always been a racist dog whistle, right? I mean, that beauty
Yeah.
standard is something else. Ah.
Yeah. If you didn't know that, then yeah, I could see why you're thinking, well, why are you talking like, because it's a big deal in that movement right now. I've never considered myself GC particularly. I'm a gender abolitionist.
Yeah.
But you can just see the difference
Oh,
because
I really did 10 years ago.
yeah,
That's
like
sad.
a lot of these women just kind of come into the movement just because they're against transgenderism, but they have no concept of like any sort of broader understanding of like the system in which patriarchy works, like as was in with capitalism, as we are reading right now.
Right.
Or like the history of women and like the other movements that go along with it because they don't want to know. They just care about their own group of a certain group of women. They don't want to take it broader than that. It's just like not in my backyard kind of a
I
thing.
don't
And
understand.
put a wall around
Racism
it
doesn't
kind of
make
a thing.
sense to me. I don't fucking. This is I just get sick to my stomach. Racism doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't get it. I
As
freely admit
there
to
is nothing
being a
to it.
little sexist because every now and again men will do something and I just have to say, "Fucking men," you know. But like I'm not one, so I blame it on that. I don't understand, maybe,
Mhm.
but like, I don't get racism. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. How are they not just people with different appearances? Like,
Melanin? Yeah, I
how
know.
is that
Scientific,
so
people look at
fucking
it
hard?
rationally. Like,
How is
no.
that so fucking hard? I don't get it. I don't get it. And I can just say this all
Well,
over and over and over and over again,
Well,
like
she won't
Tourette.
say, like, say, when it comes to Kelly J. Key, she won't say outright, oh, it's because they're brown. But she's like, these people have a culture that they are soaked in misogyny, and so they're trying to get us, and our white men will protect us. It's like, then it is about rape.
Have you met white men?
Yeah,
I
like
have.
white men aren't a problem. Yeah,
I
I guess
have.
not.
I've met them. I've met them. A lot of them are sexist
I'm
as
like,
shit.
you
What the
cannot
fuck?
conceive an idea that this is also misogynistic, but in a different way, a misogynistic culture, that you are fucking purposely about that shit. You care more about race. You're
It
not even
really,
like,
girlfriend must be terrified because that sounds like anxiety politics. Better the devil I know than the devil I don't.
yeah,
Really, like
yeah.
not to justify it or
The
anything,
fact
but
that,
that sounds like the politics of she's afraid. She's not even necessarily trying to scare other people. It sounds like her herself. If that's how she's thinking, assuming it's authentic that she believes any of that shit,
yeah, I don't
which
think
is
so.
no.
Because she deliberately, when people bring this up, she deliberately shuts them down. So she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing.
Well, that
She's
makes
just a
her a
racist.
psychopath, which is sad.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, yeah.
No, absolutely. That's my definition personally. If you're willing to just jerk other people's emotions around with no remorse whatsoever for your own benefit, that's psycho behavior.
Oh, I know. She just fell right off, lost the plot completely, and just decided to take this into a racialized um, movement.
Well, because she never really cared to begin with, I guess is what I'm saying.
No, yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. She don't care.
No.
She didn't. Never really cared. She liked the I think she got like a moral sort of indignance to
Right. Moral
the fact that it
superiority.
affected her life, the trans whatever affected her life. But
right.
when she got all of that notoriety, I guess, right? It went to her head, and she thought that she's like prophetizing as God or something. And it's like, bitch, you ain't that good. You don't have a fucking working like analysis. You're just a bourgeoisie woman. You're not. She goes off talk always about the working class. She's not working class. She's upper middle class. She's rich. Like, shut up.
Again, that hair is not cheap.
I know.
I'm just saying.
Like trying to do the Monroe knockoff. It's just like
this cost me $10 in a box.
Yeah.
That bleach shit, that's expensive. So yeah,
especially for a woman her age, she can't
could have clocked that.
going to the salon, or else her hair would be falling out at this point.
Right. No. So I clocked that, and the nails, and like, yeah, no, there's nothing working class about that.
Red lipstick and like all little bodysuit that she wears, and like her big glasses, like sunglasses.
Okay. Now some of that. Now the bright lipstick is not necessarily class coded. I don't think, because you can go buy that for cheap at the drugstore. But like that hair,
but
especially
together, put together.
Yeah.
Put together. Yeah. Not just by itself, but together with everything else that she presents herself at. Yeah. I'm working class. No, you ain't. Shut up. Sit down.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to just sit here and bash her. Like, I think I've said what I want to say. Like, disappointed, I guess, would be the big thing I would say. Like, wow.
Oh yeah.
On the other hand, I'm often suspicious.
If she just stuck to like the women issue, but the fact that she brought in race, and then she even went and started to denounce other women in the movement for being associated with an organization of other women, socialist women that she didn't like, and put them on blast, names, dox them.
Oh yeah. Wow.
So, and to try to create an insular movement of women being captured by her.
Purity politics.
So I have no problem with putting her ass on blast.
Wow.
So, because of that, in particular, because that's dangerous to do. Like, what are you doing? You TRA? That's TRA shit.
No, yeah, that's purity politics.
Yeah, that's trans politics. That's how trans tactics work. What do you think you're fucking doing?
Oh, that's how the right wing worked in this country for a long time. That's how the right wing worked, at least around here, for a long time. So
yeah,
it's both, as far as I can. Like, it's just bad. It's fashy shit.
Yeah, but the fact doing that, turn around and try to do it themselves. It's like, you do not realize how much of a fucking hypocrite you are.
Right.
Like, yeah, just like no thinking skills. It's just trying to make an insular movement to make it racial politics now.
At least coming from the right, that shit makes any kind of ideological sense. Coming from people who are supposedly for free speech and freedom of expression and whatever, it is just hypocritical all the way down.
It is. It is hypocritical. Completely.
But so that's kind of what my no, and I'm going to take a second to plug this Halloween video that I'm working on. The last week in October, on the 27th, I think it is. So the Monday before Halloween's on Friday, I'm going to have a video up, because y'all know I had to come back and do my witch video this year that I do every year. I do a witch video, but this one's a little special because this girl is just displaying what I would call psycho behavior. She is pretending to be an ex-witch to people who actually believe in demons. Okay. And telling tall tales about what witches are and do to scare people. And the more she talks, the more obvious it is she doesn't have any idea what the hell she's talking about. And like I say, I've been in the occult and witchcraft adjacent most of my life, so I'm just like, wow, you're so full of shit.
What she's doing is basically, she never was into that, Wiccan. What she's just doing is try to make a straw man that doesn't exist, and then focus the scare tactics onto certain people. That's what I'm getting from you. Yeah.
And she's a grifter on top of that, because Christians are amazingly easy to grift off of if you say the right things.
Yeah.
And like, and then the latest hot horror movie is about witches in the classical sense, and I'm like, really? And based upon what I've learned about what movies like The Exorcist in the 70s did to society, like, I hate to blame film, but apparently there's no critical thinking going on. There's no, like, people let their children watch these movies, and then those children grow up and vaguely remember this shit, and it's just, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I hate to sound like like such a nervous Nelly, but the fact that that movie came out, I was like, okay, now I got to make that video.
Well, particularly when you read Caliban and the Witch and you see how it keeps coming up into
Yes.
play politically
Right.
as a political
Right.
tactic to try to break up any sort of movement and have one class attack another class, right? Which is the women class, right?
Yeah.
What
No,
do I
I'm
mean by that?
seeing
Yeah.
the torches being lit in the distance, y'all, and I'm trying to sound the alarm. Okay, yeah, absolutely.
I actually just saw on YouTube a video when I was scrolling, right, about the new rise of witches or whatever in Africa. And this guy's trying to peddle the idea that witches are stealing babies to eat them. And I'm like, oh, this sounds familiar. Some white guy, I think, or maybe he was South African. I don't know, Africana, whatever they call them, which would make sense.
See, Belle, usually I agree with you that the ex-witches are funny, and I'm going to include a couple of other people that this girl does interviews with who, you know, were occultists of various kinds who were clearly, you know, either dabblers or had their own little thing. Like one of them was an astrologer, and she probably knew all kinds of stuff about astrology, but doesn't know anything about witchcraft, which still leaves Ashley room to say anything she wants, you know. And they're funny, but they're like, it's also, I don't know. It's like watching your ex tell lies on you. You know, it's really just it needs addressed. Oh. and yeah, Caliban is rolled up in that, and it's a whole thing, and it's going to be scripted for the first time, huh?
I said all I can think of is got to be cat people.
Oh, well, unfortunately, I didn't find a way to work them in yet. Not yet.
I know,
but
it's okay. For Gallus humor, right? Obviously, I'm joking when I say these things, right? So it's just kind of a way to like let off that little bit of steam because of how grim everything is.
Yeah, and I'm only half joking because if I find a way to work cat people into any of the videos, I will. Because it's a running joke at this point.
Well, the fact that it's actually almost true when they talk about Haiti, the cat people demons that come out at night and eat your dogs and cats.
Right. Yeah. And witches are supposed to be able to transform their shape, right? So, I mean,
yeah, exactly. That's what that tank goes up in. Witches are supposed to be able to transform shapes.
Yeah,
into different ghosts or different, animals of the devil.
Right. And here in this modern era, what animal has a stronger association than cats? So
yeah, especially with females, because you see there's a coding that's been sort of pushed where dogs represent man's best friend, and then cats are very feminine, very that's for the female, right?
Yep.
So it makes so the cat people very much connects with the whole witches female go get them kind of
yeah, that's true. I love playing with symbolism. But we've been going on for almost an hour, and I don't want to skip the reading.
Before I jump in, I just want to point out a few things, like what we're doing and all that. So hold on.
Please.
Okay, so it's going to be a little bit of a long one today.
Oh, okay.
Because we're doing one whole chapter. So we got what is feminism, chapter 1, and then the sub-chapters are where are we today? Fair weather feminism. What is new about feminism? Continuities and discontinuities. Then we got continuities, women's liberation, a cultural affair. Then discontinuities, body politics. Discontinuities, a new concept of politics. Discontinuities, women's work concepts, exploitation or oppression subordination. Capitalist patriarchy, and of course. Get off. And then overdeveloped, underdeveloped, and autonomy. So before we get into this, I just want to point out that I think this is the chapter where there's going to actually be some things I disagree with her on. So that will be fun to springboard off of. And that has to do with the concept of sex and gender.
Oh.
But because we have to remember, this was back in the 80s. And she says if
Oh,
we constantly focus on the difference between gender roles and sex and split them apart, what might end up happening is that the people that such as like postmodern feminists and stuff like that might be able to grab a hold of that and make gender a cultural affair that's superior to sex, which is interesting because that's sort of half right, because what ended up happening was they took gender, they say I identify as women, and because it was separate from sex, and say about stereotypes, and that's what makes me a woman.
right.
So that's right. So at this point of time, you have to make the definite distinction between sex and gender because of the post feminist or queer theory kind of like movement where they've already done that now. You
Right.
see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's where she was at, which is interesting because she did, at least when she's saying this, she's trying to sort of make it so that that didn't happen, but it already sort of has. So it's at a different tactical strategy we need to
Yeah.
move on forward when it comes to that,
Yeah.
which is interesting. It's perspective. It's very perceptive,
Well, and it sounds like
I
she had
think,
a good prediction. Yeah.
right? Because she says like it's not about biological determinism, but more of the fact you don't want to separate it too much with the roles of women, because
Mm-hmm.
because you also don't want to not include women within those roles, such as motherhood. Um, yeah, such as like being the ones doing certain quote unquote women's work, which is the gender thing, right? You want to have them be included,
Yeah.
right? So you don't want
Yeah.
to focus on that too much because that makes it more cultural rather, and then without any sort of economic analysis with it. So I think that's just really interesting. I'm pretty sure this is this chapter.
Okay. Well, do you want to? That was my question. Do you want to stop in the middle and discuss it, or do you want to wait until the end, like we usually do?
We can wait till the
Okay.
end. I think it'd be better that
Okay.
way because once I get into a groove, it just, well, maybe I'll see when I get
Okay.
there. I might be, my voice might be a little tired and I might need a break
Okay.
because, like I said, it's a little bit of a longer one.
Okay.
Set up here with my mic.
Okay. Are you not going to be able to hear me again?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or should I
okay.
just not?
Well, you sound fine to me, and then like if you're breaking up, I can't let you know
Okay.
that.
Well, we don't have to use a microphone. Yeah. I don't have to use a microphone. It's fine.
Okay. Because I want to be able to. I'll mute myself, but so if you're like breaking up real bad, I'll stop you and let you know.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Cool.
Okay. So are we ready to go?
Yep. Here I go.
Okay. All right. Chapter 1. What is feminism? Where are we today? The women's liberation movement is perhaps the most controversial, as well as the most far-reaching of the new social movements, the ecology movement, the alternative movement, the peace movement, and others. By its very existence, it provokes people. Whereas one can lead a dispassionate intellectual or political discourse on the ecology question, the peace issue, the issue of third world dependency, the women question invariably leads to highly emotional reactions from men and from many women. It is a sensitive issue for each person. The reason for this is that the women's movement does not address its demands mainly to some external agency or enemy, such as the state, the capitalists, as other movements do, but addresses itself to people and their most intimate human relations, the relationship between women and men, with a view to changing these relations. Therefore, the battle is not between particular groups with common interests or political goals and some external enemy, but takes place within women and men and between women and men. Every person is forced, sooner or later, to take sides. And taking sides means that something within ourselves gets torn apart, that what we thought was our identity disintegrates and has to be created anew. This is a painful process. Most men and women try to avoid it because they fear that if they allow themselves to become aware of the true nature of the man-woman relationship in our societies, the last island of peace, of harmony in the cold, brutal world of money-making, power games, and greed will be destroyed. Moreover, if they allow this issue to enter their conscience, they will have to admit that they, women and men, are not only victims on the one side, women and villains being men on the other, but that they are also accomplices in the system of exploitation and oppression that binds women and men together. And that, if they want to come to a truly free human relationship, they will have to give up their complicity. This is not only for men whose privileges are based on the system, but also for women whose material existence is often bound up with it. Feminists are those who dare to break the conspiracy of silence about the oppressive, unequal man-woman relationship and who want to change it. But speaking up about this system of male dominance, giving it certain names like sexism or patriarchy, has not reduced the ambivalence mentioned, but there have been contradictory women's movement right from its beginning at the end of the 60s. The women who came together in this movement in the USA and in Europe began to call themselves feminists and to set women's groups in which they, for the first time after the petering out of the old women's movement in the 20s, began to talk about the problem without a name. Each of us had listened time and again in private conversations to one of our sisters telling us how badly they had been treated by fathers, husbands, boyfriends, but this was always considered the private bad luck of this or that woman. The early conscious raising groups, the speaking out sessions, the all women's meetings, the first spectacular actions of women who began to separate themselves from the mixed groups and organizations were all occasions where women could discover that their apparently unique personal problem was the problem of all women, was indeed a social and political problem. When the slogan, "the personal is political," was coined, the taboo was broken that surrounded the Holy Family and its sanctum sanctorum, the bedroom and the sexual experiences of women. All women were overwhelmed by the extent and depth of sexism that came to the surface in these speaking out sessions. The new concern that arose, the commitment to fight against male dominance, against all humiliation and ill treatment of women, and against continuing inequality of the sexes, created a new feeling of sisterhood among women, which was an enormous source of strength, enthusiasm, and euphoria in the beginning. This feeling of sisterhood was based on a more or less clear awareness that all women, irrespective of class, race, nation, had a common problem, and this was how men treat us badly. As the women of the Sistren Theater Collective in Jamaica put it in 1977 when they were about to start their group in Kingston. And wherever women came together to speak about the most intimate and often taboo experiences, the same feelings of indignation, concern, and sisterly solidarity can be observed. This is also true for the women's groups emerging in underdeveloped countries. In the beginning of the movement, the hostile or contemptuous reactions from large sections of the male population, particularly those who had some influence on public opinion, like journalists and media people, only reinforced the feelings of sisterhood among the feminists who became increasingly convinced that feminist separatism was the only way to create some space for women within the overall structures of male-dominated society. But the more the feminist movement spread, the more clearly it demarcated its areas as all women areas where men were out of bounds. The more were the negative or openly hostile reactions to this movement. Feminism became a bad word for many men and women. In underdeveloped countries, this word was mostly used with a pejorative attribute, Western, or sometimes bourgeois, to denote that feminism belongs to the same category as colonialism and or capitalist class rule, and that third world women have no need for this movement. At many international conferences, I could observe a kind of ritual taking place, particularly after the United Nations Women's Conference in Mexico in 1975. When women spoke from a public platform, they first had to disassociate themselves from those feminists before they could speak up as women. Feminists were always the other women, the bad women, the women who would go too far, women who hate men. Something like modern witches with whom a respectable woman did not want to be associated. Women from Asia, Latin America, and Africa, particularly those connected with development bureaucracies or the UN, usually set themselves apart from those Western feminists because, according to them, feminism would sidetrack the issue of poverty and development, the most burning question in their countries. Others felt that feminists would split the unity of the working class or of other oppressed classes. that they forgot the broader issue of revolution by putting the issue of women's liberation before the issue of class struggle or national liberation struggle. The hostility against feminism was particularly strong among the organizations of the Orthodox left, and more among men than among women. But in spite of these negative pronouncements about feminism in general and Western feminism in particular, the women question was again on the agenda of history and could not be pushed aside again. The International Women's Conference in Mexico, in a kind of Ford strategy in its World Plan of Action, tried to channel all the subdued anger and slow rebellion of women into the manageable path of governmental policies, and particularly to protect the third world women from the infectious disease of Western feminism. But the strategy had the opposite effect. The reports which had been prepared for this conference were, in several cases, the first official documents about the growing inequality between men and women. They gave weight and legitimacy to the small feminist groups which began to emerge in third world countries around this time. At the mid-decade International Women's Conference in Copenhagen in 1980, it was admitted that the situation of women worldwide had not improved, but rather deteriorated. But what had grown in the meantime were the awareness, the militancy, and the organizational networks among third world women. In spite of a lot of third world criticism of Western feminism at this conference, it still marked a change in the attitude towards the women question. After the conference, the word feminism was no longer avoided by third world women in their discussions and writings. In 1979, at an international workshop in Bangkok, third world and first world women had already worked out a kind of common understanding of what feminist ideology was. And the common goals of feminism are spelt out in the workshop documentation entitled Developing Strategies for the Future, Feminist Perspectives, published 1980. In 1981, the first feminist conference of Latin America, women took place in Bogota. In many countries of Asia, Latin America, and Africa, a small women's group emerged who openly called themselves feminists, although they still had to face a lot of criticism from all sides. It seems that when third world women began to fight against some of the crudest manifestations of the oppressive man-woman relation, like dowry killings and rape in India, or sex tourism in Thailand, or clitorectomy in Africa, or the various forms of machismo in Latin America, they cannot avoid coming to the same point where the Western feminist movement started, namely the deeply exploitative and oppressive man-woman relation, supported by direct and structural violence, which is interwoven with all other social relations, including the present international division of labor. This genuine grassroots movement of third world feminists followed similar organizational principles as that of the Western feminists. Small, autonomous women's groups or centers were formed, either around particular issues or, more generally, as points where women could meet, speak out, discuss their problems, collect, and act together. Thus, in Kingston, Jamaica, the theater collective Sistren, which previously mentioned, formed itself as an all-women group with the aim to raise the conscience of poor women, mainly about exploitative men, women, and class relations. In Lima, Peru, the group Flora Tristan was one of the first feminist centers in Latin America. In India, a number of feminist groups and centers were formed in the big cities. The most well-known of them are Sri Sangharsh Group and Saheli in Delhi, the erstwhile feminist network, the Sri Mukti Sangathana, the Forum Against Oppression of Women, the Women's Center in Bombay, the Sri Shakti Sangantha in Hyderabad, the Mochana in Bangalore, the Women's Center in Calcutta. Around the same time, the first genuinely feminist magazines appeared in third world countries. One of the earliest ones in Manushi, published by a women's collective in Delhi. In Sri Lanka, The Voice of Women appeared around the same time. Similar magazines were published in Latin America. Parallel to this rise of third world feminism from below at the grassroots level was a movement from above, which focused mainly on women's role in development, on women's studies, and the status of women. It originated, to a large extent, in national and international bureaucracies, development organizations, UN organizations where concerned women or even feminists tried to use the financial and organizational resources of these bureaucracies for the furthering of the women's cause. In this, certain US organizations like the Ford Foundation played a particularly important role. The Ford Foundation contributed generously to the setting up of women's studies and research in third world countries, particularly in the Caribbean, in Africa, in particular Tanzania, and in India. Research centers were created and policies were formulated with the aim of introducing women's studies into the syllabi of the social sciences. In India, a National Association of Women's Studies was formed, which has already held 2 national conferences. A similar organization is at present being formed in the Caribbean. But whereas the Indian Association still sticks to the more general term women's studies, the Caribbean calls itself Caribbean Association for Feminist Research and Action. This designation is already an expression of the theoretical and political discussions that are taking place in third world countries between the 2 streams, the one from below and the one from above, of the new women's movement. The more the movement expands quantitatively, the more it is accepted by institutions of the establishment, the more money is coming from international funding agencies, as well as from local governments. The more acutely the conflicts are felt between those who only want to add the women component to the existing institutions and systems, and those who struggle for a radical transformation of patriarchal society. This conflict is also present in the numerous economic projects for poor rural and urban women, set up and financed by a host of development agencies, governmental as well as non-governmental ones, local and foreign ones. Increasingly, the development planners are including the women component into their strategies. With all reservations regarding the true motives behind these policies, we can observe that even these projects contribute to the process of increasing number of women becoming conscious of the women's question. They also contribute to the political and theoretical controversy about feminism. If we today try to assess the situation of the international women's movement, we can observe the following. 1. Since the beginning of the movement, there has been a fast and still growing expansion of awareness among women about women's oppression and exploitation. This movement is growing faster at present in third world countries than in first world countries, where, for reasons to be analyzed presently, the movement appears to be at a low ebb. 2. In spite of their commonality regarding the basic problem of how men treat us badly, there are many divisions among women. Third world women are divided from first world women. Urban women are divided from rural women. Women activists are divided from women researchers. Housewives are divided from employed women. Apart from these objective divisions, based on the various structural divisions of labor under international capitalist patriarchy, there are also numerous ideological divisions stemming from the political orientation of individual women or women's collectives. Thus, there are divisions and conflicts between women whose main loyalty is still with the traditional left and those who are criticizing this left for its blindness regarding the women question. There are also divisions among feminists themselves, stemming from the differences in the analysis of the core of the problem and the strategies to be followed to solve it. 3. These divisions can be found not only between different sets of women separated along the lines of class, nation, and race, but also within sets of women who belong to the same race, class, or nation. In the Western feminist movement, the division between lesbian and heterosexual women played an important role in the development of the movement. 4. As each woman joining the movement has to integrate in herself the existential experience of a basic commonality of women living under patriarchy with the equally existential experiences of being different from other women, the movement is characterized everywhere by a high degree of tension, of emotional energy being spent on women's solidarity, as well as on setting oneself apart from the other women. This is true for first and third world movements. At least those which are not under the directives of a party, but are organizing themselves autonomously around issues, campaigns, and projects. 5. Many women react to the experience of being both united and divided with moralistic attitudes. They either accuse the other women of paternalistic or even patriarchal behavior, or, if they are the accused, respond with guilt feelings and a kind of rhetorical breastbeating. So, hold on. Just want to check something.
Okay. Well, I thought that was super interesting so far. No.
Oh yeah,
There we
we're gonna
go.
get into all that. We're gonna get into all the history and all that.
Like the idea of putting women's liberation before class liberation, like what do you think women's liberation accomplishes, you dingbat?
Yeah.
And there's even like social science evidence to demonstrate that these days. You know, that if you give women more money, everyone benefits kind of stuff.
No, but no. If you give women money, you have expectations of what you do with that money. You don't have the ability
Well,
to actually. I worked in a lot of
okay,
nonprofits and what's known as constituency contracts. Do you know about that? So
no,
in a
I'm sorry. I was
it's
being glib anyway. I shouldn't have
I
said
know.
what
I
I
just
meant
wanted to
was
mention. No, I just
okay.
wanted to bring this up because, in case anybody doesn't know about what constituency contracts are. So what they are is to get funding. There are a set of rules you have to follow. You what to do with that money, and so the actual women's or even other or nonprofit organizations, when they get the money, they don't have the ability to do with it as they please, where they will please. It's the foundation that tells them what to do with that, which is
Right.
how they get co-ops. So you have to be very
Right.
careful about nonprofits and organizations like that, because a lot of the time there's ulterior motives. I will
There
just
was
say that.
another that was another thought I had. I heard something about the Ford Foundation in there. Well, there's dirty money if I ever heard it.
Right? Yeah. Oh, we'll get into that. We'll get into that.
No, but what I mean is, I'm sorry, empowering women by like educating them more or allowing them to earn a better living or whatever lifts all boats is what I meant. Like, I
But
don't mean just
yeah,
giving money to women's groups. I mean like systemically. Like
if you're
that's
getting, I know, but they're going to get into that, because she does talk
okay.
about some of the schemes that capitalists will do to exploit more by doing that, by setting up programs and businesses for women. So we're gonna we're gonna go through all of that with examples and stuff like that and case studies.
That's gonna hurt.
It's a really good book because she knows what she's talking about, because she's actually traveled to these places, right? Which is
Hey,
nice.
not arguing. Just saying. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah. Just trying to get this to the. It's not gonna. Okay, there we go. I think
Okay.
we're good.
All right.
We'll get back into. Let me just have a sip of my coffee.
Oh, Scott says hi and he loves your nails.
Oh, again.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you like the reading too.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's hoping.
Okay, let's go. So the latter can be observed particularly with regard to the relationship between sex and race, which has in recent years emerged as one of the most sensitive areas in the women's movement in the USA, England, and Holland, where large numbers of third world women live who have joined the feminist movement. In the beginning, white feminists were often either indifferent to the race problem, or they took a maternalistic or paternalistic attitude towards women of color, trying to bring them into the feminist movement. Only when Black and Brown women began to extend the principle of autonomous organization to their own group and formed their separate Black women's collectives, magazines, and centers, the white feminists began to see that sisterhood was not yet achieved if one put men on one side and women on the other. Yet, although most white feminists would today admit that feminism cannot achieve its goal unless racism is abolished, the efforts to understand the relationship between sexual and racial exploitation and oppression remain usually at the individual level, where the individual woman does some soul searching to discover and punish the racist in herself. On the other hand, neither do the analysis of Black women go much further than to give expression to the feelings of anger of Black women who refuse to be a bridge to everyone. There are, as yet, not many historical and political economic analysis of the interrelation between racism and sexism under capitalist patriarchy. Following the general ahistorical trend in social science research, racial discrimination is put on the same level as sexual discrimination. Both appear to be bound up with biological givens, sex and skin color. But whereas many feminists reject biological reductionism with regard to sex relations and insist on the social and historical roots of women's exploitation and oppression, Oh, sorry, I said the same line. The past and ongoing history of colonialism and of capitalist plunder and exploitation of the Black world by white man is mostly forgotten. Instead, cultural differences between Western and non-Western women are heavily emphasized. Today, this colonial relation is upheld by the International Division of Labor. This relation is not only often eclipsed in the consciousness of white feminists who standard of having living also depends on to a large extent on this ongoing colonial relation. Sorry, my page is kind of not really good right there with the ink. Anyways, but also in that of Black women in the white world. The fact that they have the same skin color as their sisters and brothers in the Black world does not yet automatically put them on the same side as them, because Black women are also divided by capitalist patriarchy along colonial and class lines. And class division, in particular, is often forgotten in the discourse of sex and race. At the present juncture, Black or brown or yellow capitalism is the great hope of the lieutenants of the capitalist world system. There are some Black women in the Black world whose standard of living is better than that of some white women in the white world, and particularly than that of most of the Black women in the white and in the Black worlds. If we do not want to fall into the trap of moralism and individualism, it is necessary to look below the surface and to come to a materialist and historical understanding of the interplay of the sexual, the social, and the international divisions of labor. For these are the objective divisions created by capitalist patriarchy in its conquest of the world, which are at the base of our differences, although they do not determine everything. And these divisions are closely bound up with particular cultural expressions. The way in which sex, class, and race, or rather colonialism, are interwoven in our societies is not just an ideological problem which can be solved by goodwill alone. Anyone who wants to reach a realistic foundation for international feminist solidarity has to try to understand how these divisions along sex, race, and class lines are combined. A mere appeal to more sisterhood or international solidarity will not be sufficient. As regards the divisions on the ideological and political planes, there have been attempts to categorize and label the various tendencies in the new feminist movement. Thus, some tendencies are called radical feminism, others socialist feminism or Marxist feminism. Others is liberal feminism. Sometimes, depending on the political affiliation of the speaker, a tendency may also be denounced as bourgeois feminism. In my view, this labeling has not contributed to a better understanding of what feminism really is, what it stands for, and what its basic principles, its analysis of society, and its strategies are. Moreover, this labeling has relevance only for people who mainly look at the movement from outside and try to fit it into categories already known to people. The categories developed may have some value in some countries, for example, in the Anglo-Saxon world, but not in others. But by and large, their explanatory value is rather limited. Thus, the label radical feminism, mostly used to characterize one main trend of feminism in the USA, does not explain to an outsider what it stands for. Only those who know the movement know that radical feminists are those who advocate a strategy of radical separatism of women from men, particularly in the realm of sexual relations, as the center of patriarchal power. In polemics, radical feminists are often
Whoa,
accused of
whoa,
being
whoa, 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 whoa.
yeah, hold on, being anti-men
Okay,
and of
sorry.
all lesbians. What? Let
Sorry.
me
All
finish
right.
this sentence. Yeah, radical feminists are often accused of being anti-men, of all being lesbians. So we'll stop there if you want to have a little discussion on that.
I almost can't help myself. That's exactly what is not radical feminism. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know, but this is what it was in the 60s and 70s, where a lot of them were well, some of them are. They call them lesbian separatists now.
Yeah. Well, and oh my gosh, what's her name? I can't remember her name. The girl who's all political lesbianism. And I say girl, she's 70. Uh,
She's 70.
I forget
There's
her
a lot of
name.
them. Sheila Jeffries is one.
It might. I want to say it started with a C, but I don't know. I have
Okay,
never
well,
read any
Sheila
Sheila
Jeffries, there
Jeffries,
is
so it's not her.
what's her name? Juliet Long is one.
I want to say she's British. I don't know. The point is, political lesbianism has always rubbed me the wrong way because you can't choose to be a lesbian. Like,
You're talking about Sheila Jeffries.
okay,
That's who you're talking about. Sheila Jeffries. She's Australian. Because she's the one that actually came up with lesbian, political lesbian. That was her term.
Okay.
And yeah, they are very culturally focused.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that they don't see any sort of. And some things I agree with because I've read Sheila Jeffries. Some things I agree with, and there's a lot of things I don't. Right?
No, right. It's one of those things where they're like 9/10 of the way with them, and then the conclusion is, I'm like, what?
Why?
How
you
did
know why?
you?
You know why? They do not have in their analysis class and racial in portions, and that's why they defer to the cultural only and separatism because they don't acknowledge that, and that's the problem. That's what I think, anyways.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I also think that part of it is just some amazing privilege to be so divorced from the material reality that the rest of us have to live in.
It's amazing privilege that you can discredit those. That shows that you have a lot of privilege because you don't need to think about race. You don't need to think about class because you're at the end that is of the privilege of those.
And apparently you have the privilege to just say, I don't want to talk to boys anymore ever again.
Exactly. I don't really care about like Sheila Jeffries is very aligned with say Kelly J. Keane. Why? Because she doesn't care about the racial aspect. Well, or the class. You don't see it. It's like that blind alley spot for them. They can't conceptualize
that. Is a massive blind alley. That is a massive blind freeway.
Yeah.
That's a blind freeway. That's insane.
Like, it's not even an alley, it's a freeway.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm all for it. If you want to go out and there's land and you want to build a women's separate, go for it. But that doesn't help other women.
No.
And it's not going to free yourself the patriarchy. But I don't even know if they believe it can be. Because it's almost leaning toward biological determinism, actually. Without them understanding that. Because then you're saying that men also cannot change. Or that men cannot, like, there's no point in even interacting with that.
Exactly. It's hopeless.
Yeah, it's hopeless. Yeah. And there's no solidarity between women who are not of your privilege. You're leaving them alone to deal with it by themselves.
Yeah, right. And we're just going to draw up our gates and pull together our resources and take care of ourselves and insulate ourselves. And yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to make land and stuff like that, but just, that's not activism. That's
I mean,
setting up something for white privileged women. Like,
yeah.
Sorry to say, but that is because you're not attacking capitalism. You're not attacking white supremacy. You're just not. Or you're not looking at the individual or international division of labor aspect of it.
I thought the hippie movement taught us this. Tune in, turn on, drop out, or whatever, and they're all going to go live in a commune, and like that solved all the world's problems, right?
Yeah. See, but the thing is, you can set up a land where you can like have a collective, but then you need to go outside of that, and you need to do something with, and you know,
right.
So, but if your only focus is going to that land and live and not dealing with the rest of the world, then you're not doing anything to help the world.
No, it's just self-serving isolationism. Then you can go and stick your fingers in your ears and sing your favorite song every day, and you never have to hear anything else.
Yeah, it's very much a cultural identity that they've taken it to.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean?
Yeah. Which, makes me sad because I love women's culture and the idea of women's culture. And anyway, you're supposed to be reading. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Like, this is great. I like this better, that we can like jump off of something that's just been said.
Yeah. No, I would love to do it this way all the time.
As long as I can
all day. But I can't be on here all day. We can't be on here. I love listening to X-Ray Specs and Bikini Kill. Oh yeah, I like X-Ray Specs and Bikini Kill too. That's rocking. But right now we're reading Maria Mies, right? That's her name. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I think that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, I'm still not too sure. I need to look that up. Anyways, so the main shortcoming of this labeling approach, however, is not only its explanatory poverty, but also the fact that it tries to fit the women question into already existing theoretical and political frameworks. Did I already read this? I don't know. This means these frameworks, as such, are not criticized from the point of view of women's liberation, but are considered more or less adequate and only lacking the women component. If this women's component were added, it is hoped these theories would be complete. Most feminist theoreticians who follow this approach are obviously unaware of the fact that the nature of the women question is such that it cannot simply be added to some other general theory, but that it fundamentally criticizes all these theories and begs for a new theory of society altogether. This additive labeling approach can be observed, particularly the attempts to add feminism to socialism. Characterizations of some trends in the women's movement as socialist feminists or Marxist feminists are manifestations of the tendency to fit the new feminist critique and rebellion into the existing theoretical body of Marxism. By simply postulating, as a slogan of some Dutch socialist feminists does, that there will be no socialism without women's liberation, and no women's liberation without socialism, such as the FemSoc group, we do not yet understand what these women mean by socialism or feminism. For the Dutch women who coined the slogan, socialism was more or less identical with European social democracy. Such slogans or labels may appear useful at the level of everyday politics, where people want to know into which pigeonholes to put the members of such a diffusive movement as the women's movement. But they do not give us a clue as to how these people analyze the women question, what solutions they are proposing, and what the relationship between the political goal of women's liberation and a socialist vision of a future society is. Such a relationship cannot simply be postulated. What is needed is a new historical and theoretical analysis of the interrelation between women's exploitation and oppression and that of other categories of people and of nature. So I just want to stop there because you probably have noticed I say, well, Marxism is helpful, right?
Yeah.
But I don't have because I say it's good to understand class by reading Marxism and actually reading
Mm-hmm.
it. But I'm not a Marxist, and this is why, right? Because I don't believe that you could just add women's question onto it, right? You
Yeah.
can't. Like it's not. It's still lacking.
That's
But
a good
it's
way to
good to
put it.
get. Yeah, you know what I mean. So, and that's
Mm-hmm.
the same thing with other sort of move. Like that's why I'm like I'm not politically aligned to any group out there right now because I think we need a complete overall. We need to have a new analysis. I just wanted to point that out because I know that some people call me Marxist feminist or just Marxist or whatever, and just because I've read it and have an understanding of what works and what doesn't in my mind
Yeah.
doesn't make me a Marxist because I don't agree with everything
And
that
it's economic theory, right? I mean, I
exactly. It's
haven't
good to
read
get
it,
an understanding
but
of capitalism
right.
or at least a basis of how capitalism works, which
Which
has been expanded.
dovetails with feminism, but it's not
Yeah.
the same thing. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, see, no, that Marxism doesn't really have. There is an Engels book about some of the women question, but
Right.
they don't really go into it, and then so they get misconceptions. And there's been expansions on this by Maria Mies because she obviously read Marxism, but
Mm.
there's been an understanding that primitive accumulation, which is exists, and that it will be able to be rid of. Capitalism will get to a point that there will be no more primitive accumulation, which is wrong. There is. It's just exported out to third world countries, right? He never saw that. And he never even conceived an idea of patriarchal accumulation, which is also part of primitive accumulation and how it stands as a foundation to help capitalism exploit. Right. So it's been expanded upon using some of his ideas, but that doesn't make you Marxist, right? You can't fit women in that sort of, arena and expect it to work, right? You can only use some of his ideas, right? Or some of
Mm-hmm.
the ideas brought forth and expand upon that, or pull it apart.
Right.
Anyways, I just wanted to
Capitalism
point
is
that out.
built on the bro code.
Mhm.
Yeah. Sorry. It
Yeah, I
just,
just wanted to point that out in
mm-hmm.
case, because I know that I've had some accusations of being a Marxist or communist. I'm not. Just because I've read Marx and know the theory does not make me align as a full-on Marxist. I just
You
use his
know,
capitalist theory, or Marxist theory, to dissect capitalism.
this is one of
At
my
your point.
worst fears of like, or the thing that bothers me the most about modern society is for you can hold and understand an idea without
Mhm.
supporting that idea.
Yeah.
Like, you know too much about that. You must support it. What the fuck kind of argumentation is that?
Or you agree with this aspect of it? Well, you must be it. It's like, no, because like I don't
Right,
agree with this part of it. Like I'm just looking at dissecting his analysis and seeing what works and what doesn't.
right. And I just, at that point, I would probably just stop arguing with that person because they're clearly on not the same level. You know,
Well, it's
just,
not even just even an argument. It's more of just like sort of like an assumption.
mhm.
Like not, I mean, even in an accusatory way, but it's like they need to try to pigeonhole it. It's like, no,
Well, it's just
just because
intellectual
I,
laziness. It's very
yeah,
sad.
it is. Yeah. Anyways, I just want to point that out. So we'll get back to the, because we have a long way to go.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay. Women following other tendencies labeled radical or liberal feminism have tried to fit their analysis into some other theoretical framework. Thus, psychoanalysis has been the theoretical point of departure for many feminists in the USA. In France and West Germany, this emphasis on psychology and psychoanalysis has to be seen against the backdrop of the individualistic tendencies among large parts of the feminist movement in the West. Others have used functionalism, structuralism, or interactionism as theoretical frameworks for their analysis of the woman question. Of course, a social movement aiming at a fundamental change of social relations does not operate in a theoretical vacuum. It is natural that women who began to clarify their theoretical positions had to refer to existing theories. In some cases, this led to a critique of at least parts of these theories. For example, Freud's theory of penis envy and of femininity came under heavy attack from feminists, but the theory as such remained intact. In other cases, such a critique did not even take place, but the basic concepts and categories of such theories were used uncritically in feminist analysis. This is particularly true for structural functionalism and its role theory. Instead of criticizing the role theory as the theoretical framework for the maintenance of the patriarchal nuclear family under capitalism, the role theory was rather reinforced by many feminists. The emphasis on sexual stereotyping and attempts to solve the women question by changing this sexual stereotyping through non-sexist socialization not only strengthened structural functional analysis, but by so doing blocked the understanding of the deeper roots of women's exploitation and oppression. By defining the man-women problem as a question of social role, stereotyping, and of socialization, it was immediately put into the ideological plane. It became a cultural affair. The structural roots of this problem remained invisible, and thus its connection with capital accumulation remained invisible. The latter is likewise true for the attempts to use structuralism and to, in its Marxist modification, as a theoretical framework for the analysis of women's oppression. These attempts also these attempts also end up by maintaining structural division between the economic base and the relative autonomy of the ideology. And women's oppression is considered part of ideology or culture. All these efforts to add the women question to existing social theories or paradigms failed to grasp the true historical thrust of the new feminist rebellion, namely its radical attack on patriarchy or patriarchal civilization as a system of which capitalism constitutes the most recent and most universal manifestation. Since practically all of the above mentioned theories remain within the paradigm of civilized society, feminism, which is its political aim, necessarily wants to transcend this model of society, cannot be simply added onto or fitted into some forgotten niche of these theories. Many of us who have tried to fill those blind spots have finally found out that our analysis put this whole model of society into question. We may not have yet developed adequate alternative theories, but our critique, which first started with those assumptions, went deeper and deeper until we realized that our problem, namely the exploitative, oppressive men-women relationship, was systematically connected with other such hidden continents, above all, nature and the colonies. Gradually, a new image of society emerged in which women were not just forgotten, neglected, discriminated against, by accident, where they had not yet had a chance to come up to the level of men, where they were one of the several minorities, specificities which could not yet be accommodated into the otherwise generalized theories and policies, but where the whole notion of what was general or what was specific had to be revolutionized. How can those who are the production of life in each society, the women, be defined as a specific category? Therefore, the claim to universal validity inherent in all of these theories had to be challenged. This, however, was not yet clear to many feminists. It is a peculiar experience of many women that they are engaged in various struggles and actions, the deeper historical significance of which they themselves are often not able to grasp. Thus, they do in fact bring about certain changes, but they do not understand that the changes they are aiming at are much more far-reaching and radical than they dare to dream. Take the example of the worldwide anti-rape campaign. By focusing on the male violence against women coming to the surface in rape, and by trying to make this a public issue, feminists have unwittingly touched one of the taboos of civilized society, namely that this is a peaceful society. Although most women were mainly concerned with helping the victims or with bringing about legal reforms, the very fact that rape has now become a public issue has helped to tear the veil from the facade of so-called civilized society and has laid bare its hidden, brutal, violent foundations. Many women, when they begin to understand the depth and breadth of the feminist revolution, oh, sorry, uh, of the feminist revolution, are afraid of their own courage and close their eyes to what they have um, seen because they feel utterly powerless. Vice versa, the task of overthrowing several thousand years of patriarchy. Yet the issues remain. Whether we, women and men, are ready or not to respond to the historic questions raised, they will remain on the agenda of history. And we have to find answers to them which make sense and which will help us to restructure social relations in such a way that our human nature is furthered and not crushed. Next we have fair weather feminism. So that was a big one. These sub chapters are not going to be all so long. That was just the first one.
Oh, okay, that was great.
Yeah. Yeah. So, fair weather feminism, the structural and ideological divisions among feminists referred to previously, and the difficulty in breaking away from basically patriarchal theoretical frameworks and in developing new approaches cannot be explained by some inherent weakness of the female sex. These difficulties are rather manifestations of the actual social and political powerlessness of women and of the ambiguity which follows from it. Powerless groups, particularly if they are totally integrated within a system of power and exploitation, find it difficult to define reality differently from the powerful. This is particularly true for people whose material existence depends largely on the goodwill of the powerful. Although many women have revolted against all kinds of male chauvinism, they often did not dare to antagonize those to whom, within their jobs, their livelihood depended. For middle class women, these were often the powerful men in the academic and political establishment, or even their husbands. As long as the Western economies were experiencing an ever expanding growth of their GNPs, they could afford to neutralize social dissent and social unrest like that of the women by throwing some crumbs to such disenchanted groups. Under the pressure of the women's movement, certain reforms were introduced, like a certain liberalization of the abortion laws, reforms of divorce laws, etc. And in some countries, as in Holland, the state even created commissions for the emancipation of women, and women's actions and consciousness raising groups could demand state support for their activities. Also, in the USA, departments of women's studies were established in most universities without great opposition. Although this all needed a lot of struggle from the women's movement, there was a certain paternalistic benevolence in granting, quote unquote, the girls a certain niche of the system. Already at this stage, the various patriarchal establishments used their power to co opt women and to integrate the rebellion into the system. But the deepening of the economic crisis at the beginning of the 1980s and the rise of conservative governments and tendencies in most Western countries with their new policies of restructuring the economy also marked the end of fair weather or welfare state feminism. In several countries, particularly in the USA and West Germany, conservative governments launched a virtual attack on some of the half-hearted reforms achieved under the pressure of the new women's movement, above all on the liberalized abortion laws. This rollback strategy, with its renewed emphasis on the patriarchal family, on heterosexuality, on the ideology of motherhood, on women's biological destiny, the responsibility for housework and childcare, and the overall attack on feminism, had the effect that women who had hoped that women's liberation could come as a result of some legal reforms or conscience raising withdrew from the movement or even became hostile to it. In the academic world, conservative or even outright reactionary theories like sociobiology came to the surface again, and women either kept quiet or began to withdraw their earlier criticisms of such theories. In the field of women's studies, a tendency towards academic feminism could be observed. The goal was no longer to transform society and the man-woman relationship, but to get more women into the academic establishment and women's studies and research. This rollback strategy, however, is only the political manifestations of more fundamental structural changes in the Western economies, which are usually referred to as flexibilization of labor. Women are the immediate targets of this strategy. The new strategy of rationalization, computerization, and automation of production processes and jobs in the service sector has the effect that women are the first to be pushed out of well-paid, qualified, and secure jobs in the formal sector. They are not just being sent back to home and hearth. They are, in fact, pushed into a whole range of unqualified, low paid, insecure jobs, which they have to do on top of their housework, which, more than ever, is considered their true vocation. And contrary to the official conservative ideology on women and the family is no longer a place where women can be sure to find their material existence secured. Man, the breadwinner, though still the main ideological figure behind the new policies, is empirically disappearing from the stage. Not only does the rising unemployment of men make their role of breadwinner a precarious one, but marriage for women is also no longer an economic guarantee of their lifelong livelihood. Gonna have to get a sip. The immediate effect of these new economic policies has been a rapid process of pauperization of women in the Western economies. Women constitute the largest section among the new poor in the USA, in France, in England, and in West Germany. In West Germany, their proportion among the unemployed is almost 40%. In the job market, women are faced with all-round competition from men. This is particularly true with regard to well-paid, secure, prestigious jobs in schools and universities. In West Germany, the policy of cuts in the educational system has led to large-scale unemployment, particularly of female teachers, and to the pushing out of women from the better-paid, qualified posts in the universities. With jobs getting scarce, the League of Men closes its ranks again and puts women again into their place, which is, according to many, the family and the home. Many men who have some power in this formal sector use it to get rid of women, particularly if these are known as feminists. The restructuring of the Western economies largely follows the model already practiced in most underdeveloped countries, namely of dividing the labor market and the production process into a formal sector in the industry and services with well-paid, qualified, mostly male workers, the classical wage workers whose job security, wages, and other interests are the concern of trade unions, and an informal or unorganized sector with a host of different production relations and types of production, ranging from part-time jobs to non-free contract labor, so-called self-employment, the new putting out system in tele and other types of homeworking to domestic labor proper, and any other paid or unpaid or low-paid work. The sector is characterized by low wages, absence of any job security, and high flexibility. Trade unions do not feel responsible for this sector, which absorbs all the chronically unemployed, marginalized people, most of them women, because, according to the classical definition shared by capital, state, and the trade unions, these people are not free wage workers. People working in the so-called informal sector are like housewives. They work often more than the free wage workers, but their labor is invisible, and thus it can become a source of unchecked, unlimited exploitation. The dualization of the economies and labor markets, along with the pattern known from underdeveloped countries is the method by which Western corporate capitals is trying to bring the real wage level down, to save production costs and to break the power of the trade unions. Because workers in the informal sector, like housewives, have no lobby and are atomized. What the experts call flexibilization of labor, some of the strategy of dividing the economy up into visible and invisible sectors is not at all new. It has been the method of the capitalist accumulation process right from its beginning. The invisible parts were, per definition, excluded from the real economy. But they constituted, in fact, the very foundations for the visible
Shit,
economy.
sorry, stop, go back.
Yep.
I was in the house. Go back and read
Okay.
the line that ends with housewifeization again, because the gremlins are getting you, and it broke up real bad right there.
Okay.
And I feel like that was important.
It was. Okay, hold on. The dualization of the economies and labor markets along the pattern known from underdeveloped countries is the method by which Western corporate capital is trying to bring the real wage level down, to save production costs and to break the power of the trade unions, because workers in the informal sector, like housewives, have no lobby or are atomized. What the experts call flexibilization of labor, some of us have called the housewifeization of labor. The strategy of dividing the economy up into visible and invisible sectors is not at all new. It has been the method of the capitalist accumulation process right from its beginning. The invisible parts were, per definition, excluded from the real economy, but they constituted, in fact, the very foundations for the visible economy. These excluded parts were and are the internal and external colonies of capital, the housewives in the industrialized countries, and the colonies in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Due to the welfare provisions and the social security systems in Europe and the USA, the creation of an informal sector does not yet by itself make this sector a lucrative hunting ground for exploitation and accumulation. Only by simultaneously cutting down state expenditure on social welfare can the governments force the people who are thrown out of the formal sector to accept any work at any wage and any condition in order to produce their own survival. This means, in the last analysis, that the conditions which are prevailing for the vast majority of people in the underdeveloped world are returning to the centers of capitalism. Although for the time being, the standard of living of the masses of people in the overdeveloped countries is still much higher than that in the third world countries. Is getting to a point where it's almost hard to tell in some states. Structurally, the situation of people in the informal sector is approaching that of most people in the underdeveloped countries. If you go down to Mississippi or to some of these other southern states, it's like a third world country now.
You don't say.
Yeah. So
it's been that way for a long time.
It's gone worse. It's been a while, so it's gotten a lot worse. And so now when you say it's becoming, it's like, no, well, this is like in the future. We can look back and be like, yeah, you saw it. You saw it coming.
Yeah.
Which is,
oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where did I? Okay, there I go. All right. For women and the women's movement in the Western countries, these developments have far-reaching consequences. Women are the hardest hit by this combined strategy of cuts in social welfare and the rationalization and flexibilization of labor. They, therefore, constitute the bulk of the new poor in the Western countries. For the women's movement, these developments present an enormous challenge. On the one hand, they mean the end of fair-weathered feminism. All those feminists who had hoped that women's liberation could be brought about by putting pressure on the state and thus getting more social welfare for women, or by demanding equal opportunities for women in the job market, particularly in the higher ranks of this market, or by increasing women's participation in political and other decision-making bodies, find their expectations shattered. They have to realize today that the fundamental democratic rights, the claim to equality and freedom, are also fair-weathered rights, as far as women are concerned, and these rights, in spite of the rhetoric of their universality, are suspended when the accumulation needs of capital require this. On the other hand, this disillusionment about the possibilities of the democratic capitalist states to fulfill their promises of the bourgeois revolution also for women can have a very salutary effect. It forces women, at least those who are not giving up their commitment to women's liberation, to open their eyes to the reality in which we live and to turn to those questions which have been neglected by many feminists because they appear to lie outside their immediate concerns. These are, in my view, one, a new assessment of what capitalism actually is and how women's exploitation and oppression or patriarchy are bound up with the process of capital accumulation. Two, a new discussion on colonialism, as the colonial conditions are returning to the metropolis, there we go, the metropoles, there we are. And as women, more than others, are affected by this process, the structural division of third world and first world women brought about by the International Division of Labor or colonialism is getting blurred. Western feminists therefore have to learn quickly that the USA and Europe, learn quickly that colonized women are not only in Africa, Asia, or Latin America, but also in the US and in Europe. Moreover, they have to find an answer to the question of why this highly developed democratic capitalist system still needs such colonies, in which all the rules it has laid down for itself are suspended, or, in other words, why the system of capital accumulation on a world scale cannot afford to liberate women or other colonies. Three, from the previous discussion and analysis will follow a renewed discussion of what a feminist vision of a future society should be or the realistic prerequisites for women's liberation. This discussion would have to transcend the boundaries created by capitalist patriarchy and take into account the experiences and analysis of women at the various ends of the global market system. Only within a perspective that comprises all production relations created by capitalist patriarchy, and not only those which we see immediately around us, only by a truly global and holistic approach can we hope to be able to develop a vision of a future society where women and nature and other people are not exploited in the name of quote unquote progress and growth. All right, next subchapter. What is new about feminism, continuities, and discontinuities? One of the important discoveries of the new feminist movement was the rediscovery and reassessment of women's history. Methodologically, this new historical approach in the analysis of women question is closely linked to the political goal of women's liberation. Unless we know how things became what they are, we are unable to know how we should change them. A critical assessment of the feminist movement with a view to solving some of its basic open questions has, therefore, to consider the history of this movement, not only the relatively short history of the new women's movement, which started in the West at the end of the 60s, but also the history of the earlier women's movement, which petered out in the late 20s. Only by assessing how these movements have dealt with the mentioned basic questions, and by clarifying what the continuities and discontinuities in the old and new women's movement are, can we hope to learn from history and avoid the ambiguities which have marked large stretches of our history. So then we get to continuities, women's liberation, or a cultural affair. The first wave of the women's liberation movement started in the context of the bourgeois revolutions, particularly the French Revolution of 1789 and the American Revolution of 1776. During the French Revolution, the principles of freedom, equality, and fraternity were put forward ostensibly for all mankind as basic human rights, and not only for the benefit of the rising bourgeois class. Indeed, the very fact that these principles were radical and universal made it impossible for the bourgeoisie, which had a direct and immediate interest in espousing them, to keep them within its own control. It cannot prevent various categories of the oppressed and the downtrodden, the proletariat, the colonized nations, the slaves, and last but not least, the women, from making these principles the base of their liberation struggle in the course of time. It is not surprising then that French women brought forward demands for equal rights for women for the first time during the revolutionary periods around 1789 and 1848. They hoped to make their own revolution within the Great Revolution by joining in the struggle on the streets of Paris, as well as in many discussion groups and Republican clubs that had sprung up all over the country. Large masses of women from the impoverished sections of Paris participated actively in the battle against feudalism. When in 1793 the Declaration of the Rights of Man was read in the convent, one woman, Olympe de Gouges, raised her voice and read her famous 17 articles on the rights of women. She declared that if women have the right to die on the guillotine, they must also have the right to speak on the tribune. She died on the guillotine the same year. And although they had been in the revolution, women were excluded from the political scene. Also, Mary Wollstonecraft's Vindication of the Rights of Women, published in 1792, could not change this policy of excluding women, even of the same bourgeois class, from the public sphere and from political power. The 19th century women's movement in Europe, as well as in the USA, was mainly sparked off by the contradictions between the universal principles of the bourgeois revolution, freedom, equality, fraternity, and the deliberate exclusion of women from these human rights. The struggles of the old women's movement were therefore mainly concerned with getting women access to this public or political sphere, which was monopolized by bourgeois men. Although Clara Zetkin, who initiated and led the proletarian women's movement in Germany in the last decade of the 19th century, ridiculed this preoccupation with women's rights as outdated bourgeois feminism. The aim of the socialist strategy for women's liberation, based on the theoretical foundations of Marx and Engels, was basically not much different. Women's participation in public or social production as wage laborers was seen as the precondition for their liberation. The addressee of most of the old feminist struggles and demands was the state, as the organizer and controller of the public sphere, not the men or patriarchy as a system. The social division of labor between private and public, the main structural characteristic of capitalist industrial society, was accepted as necessary and progressive. It was not challenged either by the left, the liberal, or the radical feminists. What the old women's movement fought for was that women should also get their rightful place in this public sphere. The theoretical assumptions underlying this orientation of the movement were that women, since time immemorial, had been excluded from this public, political, and economic sphere, but modern society, with its tremendous development of technology and material wealth on the economic plane, and with bourgeois democracy on the political plane, would provide the structural and ideological preconditions for bringing women out of their idiotic privatized existence into the public arena, where they would work side by side with men in social production. They therefore would have the right to sit with them on the same public platforms where political power was wielded. The old feminist movement drew its inspiration largely from the hope that the democratic rights of the bourgeois revolution would eventually also reach women. The difference between the liberal and the left women was that the former considered political participation in the public sphere as the key to women's liberation, whereas the latter thought that only full economic participation in social production would lead to women's emancipation. Both tendencies also used the same methods of public agitation, of propaganda, of writing and talking from public platforms, and both considered women's education and training as one of the most important methods to raise women's economic, political, and cultural status. For the proletarian women's movement, this emphasis on women's education was seen as necessary to make them class conscious and to improve their job opportunities. For the liberal women's movement, education of girls and young women was seen as the most important path to women's emancipation. Many, if not most, of these early feminists of the 19th and 20th centuries were teachers or social workers. The emphasis on women's education and culture in the liberal camp is based on a theory of society according to which all structural problems of inequality or exploitation are basically solved, and that women's oppression is a kind of cultural lag and ideological antagonism, which can be abolished by education and affirmative action and reform. The new women's movement was also initially seen as mainly a cultural movement. It may be due to the fact that it arose in the late 60s in the USA and Western Europe in the context of the big protest movements, such as the anti-Vietnam War movement, the Civil Rights Movement, the Black Power movement, the hippie movement in the USA, and the students' movement in Europe, that it was seen as a cultural phenomenon affecting mainly young middle-class women who had to access higher education. As Hubert Marcuse pointed out, the frustrations and rebellions of this generation and class did not stem from material deprivation or poverty. The after-war years of scarcity and reconstruction were over, and the economies of the capitalist West had reached a level where most people had been able to acquire most of the durable consumer goods, and where full employment and continual growth seem to have banned poverty and the cyclical economic crisis for good. The traditional working class protests stemming from the discrepancy between profits and the misery of the workers was blunted by high real wages and the integration of workers into what Marcuse called the one-dimensional consumer society. Trade unions, capital, and state all work together to create this one-dimensional society. Juliet Mitchell explains the emergence of the protest movements in the context of the necessity of the capitalist economies to open up new areas of production and consumption, new markets, which required that many more people got a much higher level of education. The expansion of higher education was a precondition for the expansion of the new communication technologies and or a market for cultural commodities. The access of many more young people to higher education than before produced, however, its own contradictions insofar as this group realized the tremendous discrepancy between universal ideas of freedom and civil rights, basic for parliamentarian democracies, and the stark facts of discrimination, oppression, and exploitation of minorities at home and of third world peoples abroad. Moreover, it was this group which became aware of and articulate about the dehumanizing and alienating effects of consumerism. For the first time after World War II, it articulated that human dignity was destroyed in the midst of plenty of material commodities. Thus, many people of the protest movements emphasized cultural or political forms of protest and anti-consumerism. The frustrations arose out of the realization that material affluence did not satisfy the deeper human desires for happiness, justice, freedom, self-realization. Water, water all around, and not a drop to drink could have been the expression of these sentiments. However, the root cause of this frustration was not yet sought by most in the inherent mechanisms of the capitalist industrial system. It was rather believed that a cultural revolution was necessary to do away with the negative effects of technology and growth. The growth model as such and technological expansionism were not yet criticized. One standard argument was that now that poverty had been conquered for good in the Western society by technological progress, there was at last scope both for a redistribution of wealth and a cultural liberation of people. Many protest movements drew their legitimacy from this discrepancy between the potential for human realization inherent in modern democratic societies and its factual non-realization. All factors were at last there to fulfill the promises of the bourgeois revolution, not only for some but for all people. If this did not happen, it was not due to structural faults or to a scarcity, but to a lack of consciousness or political will. The women's movement initially shared.
Oh, snap. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That could be a mic drop. Mic drop
All
right
right.
there. Damn.
Boom. The women's movement initially shared this orientation to some extent. Women in the USA and in Europe, and also in the third world countries, realized that in spite of equality of the sexes proclaimed by all democratic constitutions, they were still treated as a sociological minority. They were discriminated against everywhere in politics, employment, education, in the family, and by the institution of the family. Due to then optimistic hope that at last women could now become full citizens, the American National Organization of Women, also called NOW, was founded by Betty Friedan in 1966, with its emphasis on fighting for the Equal Rights Amendment. Legal action, affirmative action, cultural action, change of role models through non-sexist socialization and education, fighting against sexist images in the media, were and still are some of the main forms of the feminist struggle. This emphasis on struggles in the sphere of consciousness, ideology, and culture continued even after the first euphoric years of the new women's movement were over. Many feminists still believe that patriarchal men-women relations can be changed through education or different forms of socialization, that discrimination against women in the fields of politics and employment can be abolished by giving girls more access to higher education and training. Also, women's studies, which have by now been accepted in many universities and colleges, draw much of their legitimacy from this cultural feminism. The claim that equal access to education as such and the emphasis on women-oriented content of education will go a long way towards improving the status of women, particularly with the appearance of the new technologies, the computer technology, genetic engineering, and biotechnology. We can hear again that women should go in for more education, more training in these technologies, particularly in computer science and microbiology. Otherwise, they would again be left behind by this third technological revolution. Even feminists who are critical of this technological development feel that we first have to know these technologies before we could say whether they should be rejected or not. Sorry. I have my own thoughts. The belief in education, cultural action, or even
Well,
cultural
like what?
revolution. What? My thoughts on that? Well, that's just integrating them back into the system. That's going to exploit them later on, right? Because they're only looking at a cultural socialization. They have no economics analysis with it and what it does. See what I'm
Okay.
saying? So you can't have one without the other. And I've tried saying this before. Like that's why it's important to integrate and an understanding of economics as well, because that's what is, part of it all, not just culture. It's just the culture and sort of role, this sort of the understanding of it is like is a part of trying to coerce women. That's not the end all be all, because there's a reason behind why they need to coerce women, right?
Culture sits on top of economics. Isn't that obvious?
Yeah. But see how it gets separated, like pulled apart. If you
Yeah.
don't
No.
look at it
Yeah.
all holistically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, where was I? Oh, here we go. Okay. The belief in education, cultural action, or even cultural evolution as agents of social change is a typical belief of the urban middle classes. With regard to the women's question, it is based on the assumption that women's oppression has nothing to do with the basic material production relations or the economic system. Yeah, I just said that. This assumption is found more among Western, particularly American feminists, who usually do not talk of capitalism. For many Western feminists, women's oppression is rooted in the cultural of patriarchal civilization. For them, feminism is therefore largely a cultural movement, a new ideology, or a new consciousness. But the socialist countries also consider women's emancipation as a cultural or ideological affair. After the abolition of private property and the socialist transformation of production relations, it is assumed that all remaining problems in the man-woman relation are cultural legs, ideological survivals of the past feudal or capitalist society, which can be overcome through legal reform, education, persuasion, cultural revolutions, and above all, constant extortion and propaganda. As the man-woman relationship is not considered as part and parcel of the basic structural relations of production, these methods have had as little success in the socialist countries as they have in the capitalist countries. The gap between liberal or socialist ideology enshrined in formal laws and constitutions and patriarchal practice is equally wide in both systems. True. Cultural feminism has also had great influence in the theoretical works of feminists. This is not the place to discuss this topic in detail, but one of the more important manifestations of cultural feminism is the conceptual distinction between gender and sex. Remember what I said before it came in? This is the part. First, but meanwhile, almost universally used in feminist writings and discussions. According to this distinction, sex is connected with biology, is considered to be based on hormones, gonads, genitalia, whereas the gender identity of men and women in any given society is considered as psychological and socially, and that means historically and culturally determined. In order to avoid the confusion about sex as being biologically determined, the concept of using gender was introduced to denote the socially, culturally determined differences between men and women. The internalization of these differences is then called gendering. This distinction between sex as biological and gender as a socio-cultural category may at first sight appear a useful one because it removes the irritation that women's oppression is time and again attributed to her anatomy. But this distinction follows the well-known dualistic pattern of dividing nature from culture. For women, this division has had a long and disastrous tradition in Western thought because women have been put on the side of nature since the rise of modern science. If feminists now try to get out of this tradition by defining sex as purely material, biological affair, and gender as the higher cultural, human, historical expression of this affair, then they continue the work of those idealist, patriarchal philosophers and scientists who divided the world up into crude bad matter to be then exploited and colonized, and good spirit to be monopolized by priests, mandarins, and scientists. So what she's saying there, that if we don't like, that biology doesn't from that come culture, right? Because it helps define it, right? They were able to define gender roles based on biology. If you're trying to separate the two, that they can use that cultural affairs, the higher sort of thought process behind identity being better or more, definitional of than sex, which is what's happened, right?
Right, right.
That said this is better, that it overrides sex.
Because it's less
right?
base, essentially.
Yeah, because you're not seeing it as a holistic outcome that patriarchy society used
Right.
to exploit women for themselves, right? So because of our biology, then comes the social sort of roles that they've implemented, right? So if we just see it as disconnected from each other, we won't connect why women are oppressed, which is their reproduction, and then that's why they use gender to oppress, kind of a thing, right? Like it stems from our biology, so they are still connected.
Yeah.
But for now, I think it is important in this day and age that you really do have to make that distinction, because that's already happened now, right?
Right. Yeah. That ship has sailed. I've noticed that too.
Yeah. So that ship has already sailed, unfortunately. So we have to make that distinction clear now. So that but that doesn't mean we should ignore the different roles that women have or that are expected to have, and then invisibilize it, or not, or just be like disassociate from those women in those roles.
Right, right. Which that's, I think, what I feel like has happened also.
Exactly. I feel that's happened too. And that's another thing that, so I think you should make the distinction, but you need to also understand that you can't disassociate from that important aspect of our culture, because that's what's helping exploit them. Exploit other women that are in a different class status than we are.
Right.
And within our state or internationally, right? So, yeah.
It destroys the idea of class analysis for women, really, doesn't it?
What?
If woman is just the whole idea of prioritizing gender kind of destroys women's class analysis ability, doesn't it? It's really, and that's what I've been running in my beating the wall. I've been beating my head against for the last decade of my life, really.
Yeah. So. Well, that's why I think this was an important one to read this book, because I know that there's been issues around that, and I understand that. I think it's important to make the distinction, but the fact that now you're disassociating from anyone who is in that position is not okay.
No. And I think this is definitely a conversation that needs to continue, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just give me a sec. I'm just going to get a sip.
Okay. Oh, and you get to hear the traffic for the moment. Yay.
Okay, just hold on. I'm just going to get a smoke and have a cigarette light for you. Okay, so where were we? It's not surprising that this terminology has immediately been adopted by the bands of people who may not otherwise feel much sympathy for or even be hostile to feminism. If instead of sexual violence, we talk of gender violence, the shock is somewhat mitigated by an abstract term, which removes the whole issue from the realm of emotionality and political commitment to that of scientific and apparently objective discourse. If the women's question is again removed to that level, many men and many women who do not want to change the status quo will again feel quite comfortable with the women's movement. But let us not fool ourselves. Human sex and sexuality have never been purely crude biological affairs, nor has the woman or male body been a purely biological affair. Human nature has always been social and historical. Human physiology has throughout history been influenced and shaped by interaction with the other human beings and with external nature. Thus, sex is just as much a cultural and historical category as gender is. So that's because they all come from each other, right? Like we wouldn't be in this position of this gender and roles if it wasn't for our biology and our interactions with other people who want to exploit it, kind of thing.
Yeah. And again, these are the things Yeah, obviously. Obviously. And anyone, I can't believe we're arguing about these things. And we are still arguing about these things. This book is
Yeah.
40 years old. This book is as old as I am. Oh my God.
Yeah. Right. By the dualistic splitting up of sex and gender, however, by treating the one as biological and the other as cultural, the door is again open for those who want to treat the sexual difference between humans as a matter of our anatomy or as of matter. Sex as matter can then become an object for scientists who may dissect, analyze, manipulate, and reconstruct it according to his plans. Since all spiritual value has been driven out of sex and encapsulated in the category of gender, the taboos which so far still surround the sphere of sex and sexuality may easily be removed. This sphere can become a new hunting ground for biological engineering, for reproduction technology, for genetic and eugenic engineering, and last but not least, for capital accumulation. Boom, that's what's happening.
Wow.
See? Because that's what the whole trans ideology is for, is a push for reproduction technologies and manipulation,
Yeah.
bioengineering of
Yeah, yeah,
body
yeah,
parts
yeah.
for
But it's
exploitation.
so much more than
Exploitation.
that. It's the sexual revolution. It's so much
Yeah.
more than that. It's oh my God. It's the normalization of BDSM. It's all kinds of shit.
Yeah,
Oh my
that we just
God.
parts and that we can like change or like and remove parts and just destroy part and not being holistic as ourselves, like as
And
a
that we're just
human.
meat suits.
And that we're just meat suits, yeah, that can
Oh
be
my God.
exploited and also just like remodeled. Like,
Yeah, and you know what the smartest people do is exploit their own meat suit.
yeah, to make it, yeah. Well, that's what the ology is for. It's for people to do it themselves, and then people to exploit capital out of that. Like, especially like if you think about when she says the eugenic movement, yeah, they are literally sterilizing children.
Mm-hmm. Which you
So
would
this is why you
not have
like,
believed that 40 years ago. You would not have believed that.
but she did. She's like that might happen. That's why it's like
No,
it's
I
almost like
know. And I feel
she
like
can see so
from
far
where I'm
into it.
sitting, from sitting here, it feels like she was just taking the logical steps and walking through them. But at the time, that
Yeah,
would have sounded absolutely insane.
yeah, but she was right. Like that's the crazy. Like this was made in the 80s. This is
Yes,
like before the transsexual empire from Janice Raymond even came out.
that
So
was in
she
the
was on top
70s,
of it.
wasn't it?
No, it was nope, 1989.
Oh,
This
okay.
came out
Wow.
first in 1986.
Wow.
Wait, no, maybe it was 1979.
That's what I thought.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not an expert on these things, but I can usually
I
remember
can't. Well,
dates.
I just don't remember the date. But either way, that she's. I don't think Janice Raymond even speculated on the bioengineering of it.
No, and I don't. Again, I haven't had the chance to actually read that one, but I feel like she focuses a little more on like the sort of devious social aspect of it. Like
Yeah,
they're coming
yeah,
to
she
get
does.
us,
I have read it. I
essentially.
have read it. It's just been a while, but yeah, I'm pretty sure she does.
Yeah, it's more they're coming to get us, and here is how kind of thing.
Well, no, it's more just Well, it's more of just an appropriation of women's bodies to be exploited in
Oh no, yeah,
fetishistic way. But she
I
doesn't
don't
really take that
disagree
into
with
the
it.
consideration of a holistic capitalist sort of
Right,
critique. Yeah,
right, right.
yeah.
I'm not saying it's not got value. I'm just saying it's a different approach than this entirely. Basically, is what I'm
Oh,
saying.
you got a gift.
Oh,
What?
oh, girl, thank you. How are you? Long time no see. Yeah, how are you doing? Oh my gosh.
Hello, geek girl.
I'm so wrapped up. Hope you guys read my adulation. Oh my gosh, what did you say? Oh my gosh. Sheila Jeffries was born in England and lived in Australia, so you're both right.
Oh,
Ha! Also, side note, I really appreciate rest your voice for a second. I also really appreciate going onto different Red Femme podcasts and channels because everyone has slightly different views on these macro issues. Ah,
always good to have a really clear perspective of everyone's ideas and thought processes.
and it's nice to think we all exist in the same ecosystem. I like that idea. Yeah, good comments. I hope I didn't miss anything else. Let me know if I missed anything else.
Okay, I'm going to keep going. Is that
Yeah.
good? Okay. Certainly, others who introduced the distinction between sex and gender may not have envisioned these developments. They considered these categories as analytical tools only or theoretical constructions which help clarify our ideas. The concepts are also means to construct reality. Therefore, it is essential that our categories and concepts are such that they help us to transcend capitalist patriarchy and help us construct a reality in which neither women, men, or nature are exploited and destroyed. But this presupposes that we understand that women's oppression today is part and parcel of capitalist or socialist patriarchal production relations, of the paradigm of ever increasing growth, of ever increasing forces of production, of unlimited exploitation of nature, of unlimited production of commodities, ever expanding markets, and never ending accumulation of dead capital. A purely cultural feminist movement will not be able to identify the forces and powers that stand in our way, nor will it be able to develop a realistic perspective of a future society free of exploitation and oppression. So, next subchapter, we have discontinuities. Oh, body politics. A look at the recent history of the new women's movement can teach us that the main issues which sparked off women's rebellion were not the issues usually taken up by cultural feminism, the issues of inequality and discrimination, but other issues which were all in one way or the other connected with the female body. In contrast to the old women's movement, the new feminist movement did not concentrate its struggles on the public sphere, politics, and economy, but opened up for the first time in history the private sphere as an arena of women's struggles. Women had been relegated to this private sphere in capitalist patriarchy, which apparently was an area free of politics. By speaking openly about their most intimate relations with men, their sexuality, their experiences with menstruation, pregnancy, childcare, their relationship to their own bodies, the lack of knowledge about their own bodies, their problems with contraceptions, etc. The women began to socialize and thus politicize their most intimate, individualized, and autonomized experiences. Body politics was and still is the area around which the new women's movement got sparked off, not only in the West, but also in many underdeveloped countries. By defining this privatized, segregated sphere of the man-woman relation as a political one, by coining the slogan "the personal is political," the structural division of bourgeois society between private and public was challenged. This meant at the same time a critique of the concept of politics as it was commonly understood. Body politics was not developed as a deliberate strategy by the feminists. It rather grew out of the frustrations and the rebellion of masses of women in the Western societies about certain issues which demonstrated the basically violent and oppressive nature of the man-woman relationship in our societies. What were the issues? Many countries, the USA, England, France, West Germany, and later in Italy and Spain, the women's movement became a mass movement only with the campaigns for the liberalization or the abolition of the abortion laws in the early 1970s. In the USA, England, and West Germany, the first phase of the feminist movement started when women who participated in the left students' movement began to separate from these organizations and to form their own autonomous groups. These groups were concentrated in university centers, and although their first spectacular actions were widely published, the ordinary women did not yet admit that male dominance, or male chauvinism, as it was then called, was also a problem for them. This changed with the campaigns against the abortion laws. In France, a self-accusation campaign was started by prominent women in the Nouveau Observatoire in April 1971. Many prominent women signed a declaration that they had had abortions. They thus challenged the state as the guardian of law and order to take legal action against them. A similar campaign was started by Alice Schweitzer in the magazine Stern in Germany in the same year. 374 women signed the declaration. This was followed by a large series of actions, demonstrations, rallies, which mobilized hundreds of thousands of women and brought them into the streets and up in arms against the most powerful institutions, which are the guardians of modern patriarchy. The state, the law, the church, and the gynecologists, this large movement put pressure on the ruling party, the Social Democrats, to abolish the law which criminalizes abortion. The campaigns against the abortion laws petered out in the early 70s after some legal reforms had been achieved. In the old movement, the achievement of legal or political aims was usually the end of the movement. Not so in the new women's liberation movement. One could even say that the end of the campaign against abortion laws had signaled the beginning of the movement. What happened was that women were not mobilized by a party, a trade union, or other organizations, but by small groups of women who began to establish nationwide networks. The mass demonstrations and rallies were accompanied and followed by a proliferation of of small groups which cropped up in all cities. The women who had come out into the streets did not want to disappear again in the anonymity of their isolated homes. They were keen to join or form new women's groups. These women's groups discussed initially the problems of the abortion laws, but soon they developed conscious raising groups where not only problems of abortion were discussed, but experiences were exchanged about one's sexuality, one's experience as a mother, a lover, a wife. In short, the hidden reality of women's private lives became a public issue, and many women realized their unique problem with their man, their child, their boss, etc., was the general problem of all women. In these discussions, it became clear that the enemies were not only the state, the church, the law, the male doctors, but that each woman also had the enemy in her bed. Thus, the campaigns for the abolition of the abortion laws had the logical consequence that more and more women began to reflect and discuss the issues of sexuality, the question why the consequences of sexual intercourse had always to be borne by women, why women knew so little about their own sexuality, why the questions of women's orgasm, of masturbation, and female homosexuality were such taboos. These discussions brought finally to the surface that the most intimate sexual relationship between women and men was experienced by many women as characterized by violence, humiliation, and coercion. Violence and coercion seem to be the main mechanisms by which the unequal power relation in the area of body politics was maintained. Women discovered more and more that their own bodies had been alienated from them and had been turned into objects for others, had become occupied territory. Many began to understand that male dominance, or patriarchy as it was then began to be called, had its origin not in the realm of public politics only, but in men's control over women's bodies, particularly their sexuality and their generative capabilities. From this followed a discovery of and a struggle against other manifestations of male violence. The next issues around which women were mobilized were wife and women beating. Large number of groups in many countries launched a movement against wife beating and the physical and psychological cruelty of men towards women. Shelters for battered women were set up in most Western countries by autonomous women's groups as a first self-help measure. Meanwhile, such shelters were also set up in underdeveloped countries like India. The movement against women battering was followed and accompanied by a similarly broad movement against rape and the molestation of women, against violence against women in the streets, in the media, in advertisements, and in pornography. Whereas the campaign against the abortion laws, at least in its initial stages, had addressed itself to the state and its law giving bodies, the movements around the issue of male violence focused on women as the victims, whom the feminists tried to help by a number of self help initiatives like rape crisis centers, houses for battered women, feminist health collectives, etc. It had become clear in the meantime that women would not be able to develop a new consciousness as long as they lived in constant fear of men's physical or psychological assaults. And it had also become clear that legal reform or state support was of no avail at this level, because women who tried to appeal for state or police protection against male violence had soon realized that the state did not interfere with the individual man if he treated a woman badly in his private sanctuary, the family. Although the modern state, as the general patriarch, had assumed the monopoly over all direct violence, it had left some of it to the individual patriarch in his family. Therefore, rape, for example, cannot become a punishable offense as long as it takes place within marriage. Rape women in all countries have realized that all the laws pertaining to rape are biased against women, that rape is blamed on the victim herself, that a raped woman, if she accuses a man, is often raped a second time in court by the lawyers, who take all liberty to make inquiries about the sexual life of the victim, whereas the man's aggression is often played down as a cavalier act. The more the feminist movement mobilized around various manifestations of sexist violence, the more it dawned on women that some of the basic human rights proclaimed and upheld by all democratic constitutions, particularly the right to the inviolability and integrity of one's body, were not guaranteed for women. The stark fact that all women are potential victims of such male violence, and that modern democratic states, with all their might and sophistication, are not capable of implementing these basic rights for women, raised serious doubts in the minds of many feminists about the state as an ally in the struggle for women's liberation. All the claims that direct violence had disappeared from modern democratic civilized societies could not be accepted by women who had experienced violence in different forms. More and more women began to understand. Oh,
And that is why I'm a radical feminist. I'm sorry. I just wanted
yeah.
to say that.
Okay. More and more women began to understand that the often praised peace in these societies was based on the everyday direct and indirect aggression against women. In the German peace movement, the feminists coined the slogan, "Peace and patriarchy is war against women," which is interesting. I like that. That peace and patriarchy is a war against women. I like that. I do. Anyways,
Yeah.
okay.
It's
The
built on
movements
our
against
backs.
yeah. The movements against violence against women in the context of body politics taught perhaps the most important lesson to women, namely that, contrary to the hopes of the earlier women's movement, the participation of women in the public sphere, the achievement of voting rights, and women's participation in wage employment had not solved the basic problem of the patriarchal man-woman relationship, which seemed to be based on violence. The mobilization around the manifestations of sexist violence enlarged women's awareness about the systematic connection between the apparently private aggression of individual men and the main institutions and pillars of civilized society: the family, the economy, education, law, the state, the media, politics. Well, starting with their personal experiences of various forms of male violence, women began to understand that rape, wife beating, harassment, molestation of women, sexist jokes, etc., were not just expressions of deviant behavior on the part of some men, but were a part and parcel of a whole system of male, or rather patriarchal dominance over women. In this system, both direct physical violence and indirect or structural violence were still commonly used as a method to keep women in their place. The origins and political significance of male violence against women were interpreted differently by different feminist groups. Some saw in male violence the manifestations of a universal and timeless system of male dominance or sexual power politics, which, in the last analysis, was rooted in the male physique or psychology. This interpretation leaves little room for historical development and specificity, but assumes that men everywhere and at all times have tried to build their own power on the subordination of women. My view on this question is that if we as women reject a biologistic explanation of our subordination, we must also reject biologistic reductionism with regard to the phenomenon of male sexist violence. And I think that's important because I think that a lot of, this is me speaking here, I think a lot of also radical feminists forget that. Like they reject biological determinism, yet they think that it's true for men, but not women, you see? But you can't have one without the other
Here,
because we're
here.
both Homo sapiens. So if it's true for women that we're not biologically determined this way, it has to be so for men. Just
Mm-hmm.
saying.
Men are people too. Yeah,
Yeah.
they have to be. Yeah.
It's just been naturalized for so long. But anyways, back
Yeah.
to
No. Yeah.
where was I? Okay. It is more realistic to interpret these forms of male violence, and particularly the fact that they seem to be on the increase, as time-bound and specific, and inherently bound up with the social paradigm which dominates our present world called civilization, or, in other words, capitalist patriarchy. This does not mean that earlier patriarchal systems did not know violence against women. The Chinese, the Indian, the Jewish patriarchies especially, but these systems never claimed that they had done away with direct violence, that they had pacified, civilized, domesticated, rationalized all direct aggression of men against men and men against women. But modern or capitalist patriarchy, or this sort of civilization, has risen particularly with this claim. It has proclaimed itself superior to all other quote unquote savage, barbarian systems, precisely because it claims to have banned all direct violence in the interaction of its citizens and handed it over to the overall sovereign, the state. If now, in spite of all the highly praised achievements of quote unquote civilization, women under this system are still raped, beaten, molested, humiliated, tortured by men, a few serious questions arise which beg an answer. One, violence against women is not accidental but part of a modern capitalist patriarchy, then we have to explain why this is so. If we reject biologistic explanation, as I do, we have to look for reasons which are central to the functioning of the system as such. If we include the so-called private sphere into the sphere of the economy and politics, as feminists do, then the claim that capitalism has transformed all extra economic violence or coercion into economic coercion, a position held by Marxists, cannot be upheld. 3. In the political sphere, the state monopoly over direct violence obviously stops at the door of the private family. 4. If this is so, then the line dividing the private from the public is necessarily the same line that divides private, unregulated male violence, rule of might, from the regulated state violence, rule of right. 5. Hence, as far as women are concerned, the hope that in civilized or quote unquote modern society, the rule of right would replace the rule of might, as the old women's movement had hoped, has not been borne out. Both coexist side by side. 6. Again, if this coexistence is not just accidental or the result of survivals of quote unquote barbaric times, as some interpret it, then obviously we have to come to a different understanding of what civilization or capitalist civilization of patriarchy is. Hence, the problem of violence around which women in all countries mobilize leads to a radical questioning of the accepted views on the social system we live in. All right, next, discontinuities, a new concept of politics. I'm just looking at to see how long we got. We still got a good amount to go. Okay. Already in the early conscious raising groups, the division between private and political or public was rejected, and the private sphere was discovered as the foundation, the base of public sexual politics. The slogan, "The personal is political," had the effect that women began to change their self-perception as non-political beings, and that they began to act as political subjects around issues which were close to them. In the context of struggles around body politics, a new concept of politics emerged, which, in the last analysis, radically criticizes the concept of politics in parliamentary democracy. For feminists, politics is no longer identical with going to the polls, electing one's candidate to a parliament, and hoping that he will change things in the name of the electorate. Feminists have tried to move from a concept of politics by delegation or vicarious politics to a concept of politics in the first person. Particularly, the groups which called themselves autonomous made it a point that they did not want to delegate the struggle for women's liberation to some male or other organization. History had taught them that even women in these organizations were powerless when it came to the crucial problems of patriarchal man-women relations. Contrary to the old movement, the new feminists rather believe in direct political action, campaigns, initiatives, and starting women's studies themselves, even before the political or academic establishments give their approval. In creating numerous women's self-help and other projects with their own means, and without waiting for support and acknowledgement from the administration or politicians. Feminists learned that very fast that even small and powerless groups could achieve their goals faster if they created publicity through non-parliamentary means and methods than by following the bureaucratic procedures of party or trade union politics. Politics in the first person was not only much more fun, more inspiring, but obviously also more effective than politics by representation. It had been the experience and practicality of all countries where small autonomous feminist groups began to adopt this concept of politics in the first person and to mobilize around issues of body politics, that the women and the women's wings in the political parties, particularly the left parties, were put under pressure also to take up these issues if they did not want to leave the whole mobilization to the feminists. Although the parties of the orthodox left had always been critical of, if not hostile to, feminism, when the campaigns for the liberalization of abortion or against rape or other brutalities against women started, the women in the left parties, from the communist parties to the social democratic parties, could not sit back and watch, but the initiative for such struggles never came from the party women. The autonomous groups stuck to the principle of politics in the first person, also because they were afraid that their mobilization might get instrumentalized by those parties for their own electoral interests, an experience undergone by numerous other powerless groups, which had asked some party leaders to take up their grievances and to struggle in their name. Against such vicarious politics, the principle of autonomy was upheld. It meant, above all, that women would not entrust their struggles, their analysis, their organization, their action to anybody else, but would take politics into their own hands. The emphasis on autonomy in politics in the first person was different in different countries. In countries where the ruling parties were sympathetic to the new women's movement, as was the case, for example, with the social democratic parties in Scandinavia and Holland, The distinction between autonomous feminists and party women was not so sharp. Many feminists in these countries worked in governmental organizations and hoped thus to move the state machinery in favor of women. As long as the weather was fair, this approach showed good results in these countries. In West Germany, the Social Democrats were also in power in those years, but patriarchal struggles in this party were so dominant that not even its women's wing, the working group of Social Democratic women, could achieve anything. In the course of the years, many party women were disillusioned and frustrated. After the election of 1980, many gave up party politics and formed an autonomous grouping called the Women's Initiative of 6th October. The concept of politics developed by the feminist movement, the principle of an autonomous program and practice, was not only a challenge to the established parliamentary parties, but even more so to the traditional left parties, particularly the Orthodox Communist Party. The impact of this challenge can perhaps best be illustrated by the reaction of the Communist Party of Italy to feminism. In 1976, at the National Conference of Communist Women, Geraldo Chiaromonto officially introduced the word women's liberation along with the word emancipation, traditionally used in the Communist Party of Italy, into the party of discourse. Emancipation was understood in the way Engels, Babel, Zetkin, and Lenin had understood it, the introduction of women into social production as a prerequisite for their emancipation. Liberation, the word used by feminists, meant the total liberation of the whole person, not only of her labor. The official recognition of feminism by the powerful Communist Party of Italy, which had so far been hostile to and critical of feminists, was a reaction to the tremendous pressure on the women and men of the Communist Party of Italy exerted by the activities and the mobilization of Italian feminists. As Clara Ravioli, as Carla Ravioli remarks, feminism was the specter that haunted the National Women's Conference of the Communist Party Italy in 1976, but also many of the debates afterwards. For the first time, a spokesman of the Communist Party Italy openly admitted that the feminist movement was a reality. The party had to make an effort to understand its origins and motives. Quote, we also have to study the reasons for certain shortcomings of the labor movement and of our party in dealing with certain problem areas like those of our customs, our sexuality, and the interpersonal matters, relationships, end quote. But the challenge of feminism to the classical Communist Party concept of politics went deeper than the emotional sphere of the man-woman relationship, which the Communist Party Italy also defined as being part of the superstructure or culture. As Carla Pasquinelli points out, the real reason for the earlier reservations of the Communist Party Italy against feminism was precisely that the principle, the personal is political, constitutes the most complete antithesis to Leninism, with its democratic centralist and its dictatorship of the proletariat. The opening of the Communist Party Italy to feminism was certainly part and parcel of the new strategy of Italian Euro-communism, but it was also a reflection of the fact that feminism, with its few radical principles, and in spite of its diversity and its often chaotic functioning, challenged the political and theoretical claim of the classical communist parties to possess the blueprint for a total transformation of society. For feminists, these parties and their politics were not radical enough. This is not the place to elaborate further on the repercussions of the feminist movement has had among the organizations of the traditional left. In several countries, a new discussion has started about the relationship between feminism and the left. When feminists in third world countries write the history of their own movement, they will most probably discover similar developments. The fact that today the earlier attitudes of open hostility to feminism or of ignoring it as irrelevant have given way to a strategy of embracing feminism, which can be observed with many traditional communist parties, is proof of the strength of its new concepts of politics. Moreover, the concept of politics in the first person, the rejection line between the private and the public, and the politicization of the private sphere were later also taken over by a number of new social movements, like the Citizens Initiative movement in West Germany, the Alternative Movement, the Ecology Movement, and the Green Party, which made basis democracy one of their main political principles. A number of organizational principles of the feminist movement, like non-bureaucratic, non-hierarchical functioning, decentralization, and emphasis on grassroots initiatives, are today shared by most of the other social movements in Europe and the USA. Thus, although the new feminist movement did not start with a unified program and a fully developed analysis, but with women's rebellion against various forms of male dominance in the sphere to which they had always been relegated, the private sphere and the sphere of their bodies, this approach had its own dynamics and momentum, which went further and reached deeper levels of the social fabric than most critics of the movement had initially thought. The feminist movement, as a political movement, has perhaps more far reaching repercussions than any of the other new social movements of today. All right, so we are now Discontinuities Women's Work. Another area where the feminist movement broke with the traditions of the old women's movement, as well as with those of the Orthodox left, was the area of women's work. Whereas the old movement and the Orthodox left has accepted a capitalist division between private housework, or, in Marxist terminology, reproductive work, and public and productive work, or wage work, the only sphere from which they expected revolution as well as women's emancipation, the feminists not only challenged this division of labor, but also the very definitions of work and non-work. This approach also put into question the accepted division, following from the other dualistic divisions between politics and economics. It was only logical that once women began to consider the personal and the private as political, that they also began to reevaluate and redefine the work that most women did in this private sphere, namely housework. One of the most fruitful debates which feminism had started was the debate on domestic labor. This debate, more than others, was a challenge not only to the concept of politics of the traditional left, but also to some of its fundamental theoretical positions. Significantly, the debate on housework was the first instance that men participated in the feminist discourse. But before this debate on domestic labor started, and before it degenerated into a more or less academic discourse, the issue of housework was raised as a political issue in the context of the labor struggles in Italy in the early 70s. The first challenge to the orthodox Marxist theory on women's work came from Italy, from Maria Rosa della Costa's essay, The Power of Women and the Subversion of the Community, which was published together with Selma James's A Woman's Place in 1972 in Padua and in the same year in Bristol. In this essay, the classical Marxist position that housework is non-productive is challenged for the first time. Della Costa points out that what the housewife produces in the family are not simply use values, but the commodity labor power, which the husband then can sell as a free wage laborer in the labor market. She clearly states that the productivity of the housewife is the precondition for the productivity of the male wage laborer. The nuclear family, organized and protected by the state, is the social factory where this common commodity labor power is produced. Hence, the housewife and her labor are not outside the process of surplus value production, but constitute the very foundation upon which this process can get started. The housewife and her labor are, in other words, the basis of the process of capital accumulation. With the help of the state and its legal machinery, women have been shut up in the isolated nuclear family, whereby their work there was made socially invisible and was hence defined by Marxist and non-Marxist theoreticians as non-productive. It appeared under the form of love, care, emotionality, motherhood, wifehood. Della Costa challenged the orthodox left notion, first spelled out by Engels, but then dogmatized and codified by all communist parties, and still upheld today, that women had to leave the private household and enter social production as wage workers, along with the men, if they wanted to create the preconditions for their emancipation. Contrary to this position, Della Costa identified the strategic link created by capital and state between the unpaid housework of women and the paid wage work of men. Capital was able to hide behind the figure of the husband, called breadwinner, with whom the woman, called housewife, has to deal directly and for whom she is supposed to work out of love, not for a wage. The wage commands more work than what collective bargaining in the factories shows us. Women's work appears as personal service outside of capital. Della Costa rejects the artificial division and hierarchy capital has created between wage workers on the one side and non-wage workers on the other. Quote, in the measure that capital has subordinated the man to itself by making him a wage laborer, it has created a cleavage between him, the wage laborer, and all other proletarians who do not receive a wage. Those who are now considered capable of becoming a subject of social revolt because they do not participate directly in social production. End quote. On the basis of this analysis, Della Costa also criticizes the notion held by many men and women of the left that women are only oppressed, that their problem is male chauvinism, as capital is able to command the unpaid labor of the housewife as well as the paid labor of the wage laborer. The domestic slavery of women is called exploitation. According to Della Costa, one cannot understand the exploitation of wage labor unless one understands the exploitation of non-wage labor. The recognition of housework as productive labor and as an area of exploitation and a source for capital accumulation also meant a challenge to the traditional policies and strategies of left parties and trade unions, which had never included housework in their concept of work and their struggles. They've always colluded with capital in its strategy to remove all non-wage work from public perception. It is not accidental that the issue of domestic labor was first raised in Italy, one of the more underdeveloped countries of Europe, which nevertheless had a strong communist party. As Selma James points out in her introduction, Italy had only a small number of female factory workers, the majority of women being housewives or peasant women. On the other hand, Italy had seen a number of labor struggles influenced by the non-parliamentary position, which had included reproductive struggles, that is, non-payment of rent, struggles in neighborhoods and schools. In all these struggles, women had played a prominent role. Moreover, Della Costa already saw a structural similarity between women's struggles and the struggles of the third world countries against imperialism, as well as that of the blacks in the United States, and the Youth Rebellion as the revolt of all those who had been defined as being outside of capital, or as belonging to pre-capitalist feudal, etc. formations. With Franz Fanon, she interprets the divisions among women as housewives and wage workers as a result of colonizing process, because the family and the household to her is a colony, dominated by the metropolis, capital, and state. Della Costa and James wanted to reintroduce women into history as revolutionary subjects. As a strategy to overthrow capitalism, they launched the Wages for Housework campaign. Many women in Europe and Canada were mobilized by this campaign, and a lively discussion took place about the prospects of this strategy. Eventually, the campaign petered out because several questions inherent in it could not be solved. For instance, the problem that wages for housework would not end the isolation and atomization of housewives, or that the total generalization of wage labor would not necessarily lead to an overthrow of capitalism, but rather to a totalization of alienation and commodity production, or the question who would pay the wages for housework, the capitalist, the state, or the husband. In spite of these unresolved questions, the Wages for Housework campaign had put the issue of women's domestic labor on the agenda of feminist theorizing. The domestic labor debate, which followed the book of Della Costa and James, particularly in Britain, but also in West Germany, has been an important contribution to a feminist theory of work. However, as many of the women and men who participated in this debate came from the traditional left, the concern eventually seemed to be rather to save their marks than to promote women's liberation. Hence, much of the debate ended in typically academic arguments, at the center of which was the question whether Marx's theory of value could be applied to domestic labor or not. Following from this, the dividing line between orthodox Marxists and feminists continued to be the question whether housework was considered socially productive labor or not. I do not intend to go back to the domestic labor debate here. As far as the politics of the feminist movement are concerned, its contribution was limited, but it did confront the left organizations for the first time with the unresolved question of women's housework under capitalism. Today, many women and men of the left admit that Marx left out housework in his analysis of capitalism, but they then proceed to say that this does not invalidate the central role Marx assigned to wage labor, as the wage labor relation to capital still constitutes the capitalist production relation. The domestic labor debate, which took place between 1973 and wage work, which are tapped by capital in its process of accumulation. This is particularly all the work performed by subsistence peasants, petty commodity producers, marginalized people, most of whom are women, in the underdeveloped countries. Thus, most people involved in the discussion on housework did not transcend the Eurocentric view of capitalism. According to this view, like these other areas of human labor are considered to be lying outside of capitalism and society proper. They are called pre-capitalist, peripheral capitalist, feudal or semi-feudal, or simply undeveloped or backward. Sometimes they are referred to as of uneven development. The discovery, however, that housework under capitalism had also been excluded per definition from the analysis of capitalism proper, and that this was the mechanism by which it became a colony and a source for unregulated exploitation, opened our eyes to the analysis of other such colonies of non wage labor exploitation, particularly the work of small peasants and women in the third world countries. This discussion was mainly led by feminists in West Germany who extended the critique of Marx's blindness regarding women's work to the blindness regarding the other types of non wage work in the colonies. In an article called Women's Work, the Blind Spot in the Critique of Political Economy, Claudia V. Werhoff challenged the classical notion of capital versus wage labor as the only capitalist production relation. She identified two more production relations based on non wage labor, mainly housework and subsistence work in the colonies, as prerequisites for the privileged male wage labor relation. In the discussion that took place between Claudia van Werhoff, Veronica Benholt Thompson, and myself in these years on the various forms of non wage labor relations and their place in a worldwide system of capital accumulation, Rosa Luxemburg's work on imperialism played a decisive role. Rosa Luxemburg had tried to use Marxist analysis of the process of extended reproduction of capital or capital accumulation for the analysis of imperialism or colonialism. She had come to the conclusion that Marx's model of accumulation was based on the assumption that capitalism was a closed system where there were only wage laborers and capitalists. Rosa Luxemburg showed that historically such a system never existed, that capitalism had always needed what she called non-capitalist milieu and strata for the extension of labor force, resources, and above all, the extension of markets. These non-capitalist milieu and strata were initially the peasants and artisans with their natural economy, later the colonies. Colonialism for Rosa Luxemburg is therefore not only the last stage of capitalism, but its constant necessary condition. In other words, without colonies, capital accumulation or extended reproduction of capital would come to a stop. This is not the place to go further into the debate which followed Rosa Luxemburg's work. With the tendencies governing the Comintern in the 20s, it is not surprising that her views were criticized and rejected. I am also not concerned with Rosa Luxemburg's final expectation that if all non-capitalist milieu and strata had been integrated into the accumulation process, capitalism would come to its logical breakdown. But what her work opened up for our feminist analysis of women's labor worldwide was a perspective which went beyond the limited horizon of industrialized societies and the housewives in these countries. It further helped to transcend theoretically the various artificial divisions of labor created by capital, particularly the sexual division of labor and the international division of labor, by which precisely those areas are made invisible, which are to be exploited in non-wage labor relations, and where the rules and regulations governing wage labor are suspended. We consider it the most important task of feminism to include all these relations in the analysis of women's work under capitalism, because today there can be no doubt that capital has already reached, of which Rosa Luxemburg spoke. All milieu and strata are already tapped by capital in its global greed for ever-expanding accumulation. It would be self-defeating to continue our struggles and analysis to the compartmentalizations capitalist patriarchy has created. If Western feminists would only try to understand women's problems in overdeveloped societies, and if third world women would only restrict their analysis to problems in underdeveloped societies, because capitalist patriarchy, by dividing and simultaneously linking these different parts of the world, has already created a worldwide context of accumulation within which the manipulation of women's labor and the sexual division of labor plays a crucial role. I look at the brief history of the feminist movement can teach us that the rejection of all dualistic and hierarchical divisions created by capitalist patriarchy between public and private, political and economic, body and mind, head and heart, etc., was a correct and successful strategy. This was not a pre-planned program of action, but the issues raised was of such a nature that feminists could expect success only by radically transcending these colonizing divisions. For it became increasingly clear that the capitalist mode of production was not identical with the famous capital wage labor relation, but that it needed different categories of colonies, particularly women, other peoples, and nature to uphold the model of ever-expanding growth. At present, I think it is necessary that feminists worldwide begin to identify and demystify all colonizing divisions created by capitalist patriarchy. particularly by the interplay between the sexual and the international division of labor. An emphasis on these colonial divisions is also necessary from another point of view. Many feminists in the United States and Europe have, together with critical scientists and ecologists, begun to criticize the dualistic and destructive paradigm of Western science and technology, drawing their inspiration from C.J. Jung's psychology, humanistic psychology, non-dualistic Eastern spirituality, particularly Taoism and other Oriental philosophies. They propose a new holistic program, the New Age paradigm. This emphasis on the fact that in our world everything is connected with everything and influences everything is definitely an approach which goes along with much of the feminist rebellion and vision of future society. However, if this desire to become whole again and to build bridges across all the cleavages and segmentations white man has created is not to be frustrated again, it is necessary that the new age feminists, the ecofeminists, and others open their eyes and minds to the real colonies whose exploitation also guarantees them the luxury of indulging in these Eastern spiritualities and therapies. In other words, if the holistic
See, I
paradigm is
told you the occult was relevant. I told you.
In other words, if the holistic paradigm is nothing but an affair of a new spiritualism or consciousness, if it does not identify and fight against the global system of capitalist accumulation and exploitation, it will end up becoming a pioneering movement for the legitimization of the next round of the destructive production of capitalism. This round will not focus on the production and marketing of such crude material commodities as cars and refrigerators, but on non-material commodities like religion, therapies, friendship, spirituality, and also on violence and warfare, of course, with the full use of the New Age technology. In the following, therefore, I shall deal with these colonizing divisions of capitalist patriarchy, particularly the interplay between the sexual and international division of labor. Woo! So,
That's literally why I'm pivoting my channel the way that I am.
so
That's
you're
she
broken
just
up.
did.
You broke up.
Oh my god, I'm sorry because I missed that very last bit about. I'm sorry. Can you read the last little bit again? Because I had to
Yeah,
plug in my phone.
yeah, no worries. This round will not focus on the production and marketing of such crude material commodities as cars and refrigerators, but on non-material commodities like religion, therapies, friendships, spiritualities, and also on violence and warfare, of course, with the full use of New Age technologies. In the following, therefore, I shall deal with these colonizing divisions of capitalist patriarchy, particularly the interplay between the sexual and international division of labor.
Okay,
So,
because basically your soul is the last final frontier of capitalism. Basically, yeah.
your whole
Which is
being, right?
why,
Your whole being, and in
yeah,
trying to make yourself whole, do not like if you don't have an understanding of capitalism, what they'll use that against you.
they'll snatch you up with it. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
to create this
yes.
new sort of like transhumanism ideology connected with
hmm
technology,
hmm
which
I
is
was
not
so
good.
surprised that the new age thing felt a little out of left field, but only because I wasn't expecting it here. Like, yes, that's exactly why I'm pivoting my channel the way that I am.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Are you
That's
excited?
cool.
Are you excited?
Yeah, this lady
um,
was like very prescient. Mm.
yeah, very perspective too. Just like let's see, I'm just trying to see how much we don't have too much more, but I'm still a
Wow.
little
Okay.
bit more.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Concepts. Before starting the discussion of the sexual and the international division of labor, I want to clarify why I use certain concepts in my analysis and not others. This does not mean that I propose fully to define these concepts, because the concepts which emerged in the feminist discourse were mostly struggle concepts, not based on theoretical definitions worked out by an ideological mastermind of the movement. Therefore, the concepts I am proposing are not of a more open character than scientific definitions. They are derived from our struggle experiences and the reflection on these experiences, and have thus a certain explanatory value. I do not think that it will help us very much to enter into a purely academic debate on the use of this or that concept. But as we saw already in the discussion of the use of the concepts of gender or sex, it is important to recognize that questions of conceptualization are questions of power. That is, they are political questions. In this sense, the clarification of conceptual positions is part of the political struggle of feminism. exploitation or oppression subordination. Right there? Yeah, it's right there. Okay. In the feminist discourse, words are used to denote and explain the problems women are suffering from in our societies. The terms subordination and oppression are widely used to specify women's position in a hierarchical structured system and the methods of keeping them down. These concepts are used by women who would call themselves radical feminists, as well as by those who come from a Marxist background or call themselves Marxist or socialist feminists. The latter usually do not talk of exploitation when discussing the problems of women, because exploitation to them is a concept reserved for economic exploitation of the wage worker under capitalism. As women's grievances go beyond those of wage workers and are part of the private man-woman relation, which is not seen as an exploitative one, but an oppressive one, the term exploitation is avoided. In the following discussion, I shall, however, use the term exploitation to identify the root cause of the oppressive man-woman relationship. The reasons for this usage are the following. When Marx specifies the particular capitalist form of exploitation, which, according to him, consists of the appropriation of surplus labor by the capitalists, he uses this general term in a specific narrow sense. But exploitation, as is explained by the next chapter, has a much wider connotation. In the last analysis, it means that someone gains something by robbing someone else or is living at the expense of someone else. It is bound up with the emergence of men's dominance over women and the dominance of one class over others, or one people over others. Hold on. If we do not talk of exploitation, when we talk of the man-woman relationship, our talk about oppression or subordination hangs somewhere in the air. For why should men be oppressive towards women if they have nothing to gain from it? Oppression or subordination without reference to exploitation becomes then a purely cultural or ideological matter, the basis of which cannot be made out unless one has recourse to the notion of some inborn aggressive or sadistic tendencies in men. But exploitation is a historical and not a biological or physiological category, which lies at the basis of the man-woman relation. It was historically created by patriarchal tribes and societies. Thus, with Maria Rosa Della Costa, I speak of exploitation of women in the triple sense. They are exploited not only economically, but as human beings by men, and they are exploited as housewives by capital. If they are wage workers, they are also exploited as wage workers. But even this exploitation is determined and aggravated by the other two interlinked forms of exploitation. I do not talk of inequality or discrimination in the following text because it should be clear from my discussion of the demands of the old women's movement that these demands of the French Revolution no longer constitute the core aspirations of the new feminist movement. Most feminists do not want even to be equal to men in the patriarchal system. The discussion on housework has revealed that emancipation expected from wage work has not come true anywhere, neither in the capitalist nor in the socialist countries. If the latter and all orthodox communist parties still restrict their policy of women's emancipation to the demands of equality and women's rights, basically bourgeois concepts, they ignore patriarchy as a reality of both capitalist and socialist society. And within a patriarchal system, equality for women can only mean that women become like those patriarchal men. Most women who call themselves feminists are not attracted by this prospect. Neither do they have any hope that the demand for equality could ever be fulfilled within such a system. It is therefore wrong, as many men fear, that the feminists only want to replace male dominance by female dominance, because that is what equality means for most of them, equality of privileges. But the feminist movement is basically an anarchist movement, which does not want to replace one male power elite by another female power elite, but which wants to build up a non-hierarchical, non-centralized society where no elite lives on exploitation and dominance over the other. So then we get to capitalist patriarchy. The reader will have observed that I am using the concept of capitalist patriarchy to denote the system which maintains women's exploitation and oppression. There have been discussions in the feminist movement whether it is correct to call the system of male dominance under which women suffer today in most societies a patriarchal system. Patriarchy literally means the rule of the fathers. But today's male dominance goes beyond the rule of fathers. It includes the rule of husbands, of male bosses, of ruling men in most societal institutions, in politics and economics, in short, what has been called the men's league or men's house. In spite of these reservations, I continue to use the term patriarchy. My reasons are the following. The concept patriarchy was rediscovered by the new feminist movement as a struggle concept, because the movement needed a term by which the totality of oppressive and exploitative relations which affect women could be expressed as well as their systematic character. Moreover, the term patriarchy denotes the historical and societal dimension of women's exploitation and oppression and is thus less open to biologistic interpretations, in contrast, for example, to the concept of male dominance. Historically, patriarchal systems were developed at a particular time by particular peoples in particular geographical regions. They are not universal, timeless systems which have always existed. Sometimes feminists refer to the patriarchal system as one which existed since time immemorial, but this interpretation is not corroborated by historical, archaeological, and anthropological research. The fact that patriarchy is today an almost universal system which has affected and transformed most pre patriarchal societies has to be explained by the main mechanisms which are used to expand this system, namely robbery, warfare, and conquest. I also prefer the term patriarchy to others because it enables us to link our present struggles to the past, and thus can also give us hope that there will be a future. If patriarchy had a specific beginning in history, it can also have an end. Whereas the concept patriarchy denotes the historical depth of women's exploitation and oppression, the concept capitalism is expressive of the contemporary manifestation or the latest development of the system. Women's problems today cannot be explained by merely referring to the old forms of patriarchal dominance. Nor can they be explained if one accepts the position that patriarchy is pre-capitalist system of social relations, which has been destroyed and superseded, together with feudalism, by capitalist relations, because women's exploitation and oppression cannot be explained by the functioning of capitalism alone, at least not capitalism as it is commonly understood. It is in my thesis that capitalism cannot function without patriarchy, that the goal of this system, namely the never-ending process of capital accumulation, cannot be achieved unless patriarchal man-woman relations are maintained or newly created. We could, therefore, also speak of neo-patriarchy. Patriarchy thus constitutes the most invisible underground of the visible capitalist system. As capitalism is necessarily patriarchal, it would be misleading to talk of two separate systems, as some feminists do. I agree with Chaya Datar, who has criticized this dualistic approach, that to talk of two systems leaves the problem of how they are related to each other unsolved. Moreover, the way some feminist authors try to locate women's oppression and exploitation in these two systems is just a replica of the old capitalist social division of labor. Women's oppression in the private sphere of the family or in reproduction is assigned to patriarchy. Patriarchy being seen as a part of the superstructure, and their exploitation as workers in the office and factory is assigned to capitalism. Such a two-system theory is not capable, in my view, to transcend the paradigm developed in the course of capitalist development, which its specific social and sexual divisions of labor. In the foregoing, we have seen, however, that this transcendence is specifically new and revolutionary thrust of the feminist movement. If feminism follows this path and does not lose sight of its main political goals, namely to abolish women's exploitation and oppression, it will have to transcend or overcome capitalist patriarchy as one intrinsically interconnected system. In other words, feminism has to struggle against all capitalist patriarchal relations, beginning with the man-woman relation, to the relation of human beings to nature, to the relation between metropoles and colonies. It cannot hope to reach its goal by only concentrating on one of these relations, because they are all interrelated. And then we have overdeveloped and underdeveloped societies. If we say feminism has to struggle against all capitalist patriarchal relations, we have to extend our analysis to the system of accumulation on a world scale, the world market or the international division of labor. The cleavages created by this division pose particular conceptual problems. What terminology should we use when we refer to the two divided? yet hierarchically related sides of the world market. Should we continue to talk of developed and underdeveloped countries? Or should we, in order to avoid the notion of a linear process of development, talk of first and third world countries? Or should we use the concepts metropoles or centers and peripheries stemming from the theoreticians of the dependency school? Behind each pair of concepts stands a whole theory which tries to come to grips with the historical phenomenon that, since the rise of Europe and later in the USA as the dominant centers of the capitalist world economy, a process of polarization and division has been taking place by which one pole, the Western industrialized world, is getting richer and ever more powerful, and the other pole, the colonized countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, getting poorer and less powerful. If we follow the feminist principle of transcending the divisions created by capitalist patriarchy, in order to be able to establish that these divisions constitute only parts of the whole, we cannot treat the first and third world as separate entities, but have to identify the relations that exist between the two. These relations are based on exploitation and oppression, as is the case with the man-woman relation. And similar to the latter, these relations are also dynamic ones in which a process of polarization takes place. One pole is getting developed at the expense of the other pole, which in this process is getting underdeveloped. Underdevelopment, according to this theory, which was first developed by Andre Gunther Frank in 1969, is the direct result of an exploitative, unequal, or dependent relationship between the core countries in the capitalist world economy and their colonies. It is not due to some inexplicable backwardness in this dynamic process of polarization between countries which are developing themselves and countries which they in this process underdevelop. The rich and powerful Western industrial countries are getting more and more overdeveloped. This means their development does not stop at a certain point where people would say, this is enough. We have enough development for our human happiness. The very motor driving on this polarization of the world economy, namely the capital accumulation process, is based on a worldview which never says this is enough. It is by its very nature based on limitless growth, on limitless expansion of productive forces, of commodities and capital. The result of this never-ending growth model are the phenomenon of overdevelopment, that is, of a growth that has assumed the character of cancer, which is progressively destructive, not only for those who are exploited in the process, but also for those who apparently are the beneficiaries of this exploitation. Overdevelopment and underdevelopment are therefore the two extreme poles of an inherently exploitative world order, divided up and yet linked by the global accumulation process or the world market. To use the concepts of overdevelopment, underdevelopment in this sense may therefore help to avoid the illusion that in a world system structured along these principles, the problems of the underdeveloped peoples could be solved by development aid, or that the overdeveloped peoples could achieve human happiness by furthering exploiting the underdeveloped world. In a finite world, an exploitative and oppressive relation between the two sides of the whole will necessarily be destructive for both sides. At the present stage of history, this truth begins gradually to dawn also on people in the overdeveloped world. So the last subchapter is autonomy, and then we will be finished. While the concept capitalist patriarchy summarizes the system or the totality of social relations against which the feminist struggle is directed, the concept autonomy expresses the positive goal towards which the movement strives. This is true for at least a large section of the feminist movement. As was said before, the concept of autonomy, usually understood as freedom from coercion regarding our bodies and our lives, emerged as a struggle concept in the context of body politics, the sphere where women's oppression and exploitation was most intimately and concretely experienced. There have also been different interpretations in the feminist movement of this concept and its content. One interpretation, rather common among Western feminists, is that which more or less identifies autonomy with individual independence, self-determination of the individual woman, or the right to individual choice. This emphasis on the individual, there is the correct element that in the last analysis, the individual woman, that is, the undivided and indivisible person, is a subject who either assumes the responsibility for her person and her life or not. I interpret autonomy as this innermost subjectivity, an area of freedom, small as it may be, without which human beings are devoid of their essential human essence and dignity, without which they become puppets or organisms without an element of free will and consciousness, or mere assemblies of organic matter, as in the model of reproductive engineers today. In the concept of autonomy, therefore, the feminist aspiration to maintain and strengthen or recreate this innermost subjective human essence in women is expressed and preserved. On the other hand, we cannot close our eyes to the fact that capitalism, by focusing on the atomized individual in its marketing strategies, has, to a large extent, perverted the humanist aspiration inherent in the concept of autonomy. As the capitalist commodity market creates the illusion that the individual is free to fulfill all her or his desires and needs, that individual freedom is identical with the choice of this or that commodity. The self activity and subjectivity of the person is replaced by individual consumerism. Thus, individualism has become, among Western feminists, one of the main obstacles for feminist solidarity, and thus also for the achievement of feminist goals. If we want to avoid this individualistic perversion, we have to make sure that autonomy means the preservation of the human essence in women. Autonomy, however, is not only used in the sense described, it is also a struggle concept, which was developed to demonstrate that women wanted to separate from mixed, male dominated organizations and to form their autonomous organizations with their own analysis, programs, and methods. Autonomous organization was particularly emphasized, as we saw, versus the traditional left organizations, which had always claimed supremacy of organization, ideology, and program over all mass movements. The feminist claim to autonomy in this sense means rejection of all tendencies to subsume the women's question and the women's movement under some other apparently more general theme or movement. Women's autonomous organization is an expression of the desire to preserve both the qualitativity, different character, and identity of the feminist movement, as well as an independent power base. Particularly, the latter has been learned from the old women's movement. By joining male dominated organizations, parties, and trade unions, the old movement lost its identity and was finally dissolved. The principle of autonomy is not only upheld with regard to male dominated organizations, movements, and contexts. Also, within the feminist movement as such, the diverse groups and categories of women have maintained this principle. This can be observed in the way various sub-movements evolved in the course of time, for example, the lesbian movement. But this principle was also followed by the rising third world feminist movement. As there is no center, no hierarchy, no official and unified ideology, no formal leadership, the autonomy of the various initiative groups, collectives, is the only principle that can maintain dynamism, the diversity, as well as the truly humanist perspective of the movement. And we're done for now. Are you still there?
Yeah, of course. I stood up to fill my water bottle. I'm sorry.
Oh, I wasn't too sure if I got kicked off and I didn't even know.
Oh, no. That was great. I just didn't think you were literally about to be done, or I wouldn't have stood up.
No, that's okay. That's okay. When it comes to the last part with the autonomy, what I noticed, it's dissolved now, but there was a movement, DGR, that what they did was they had women's caucuses, right? So if there was some sort of like understanding of like having a movement with different caucuses so that it wouldn't get subsumed, I think would be a really good idea. But we'll get further into that once the chapters keep going on.
Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. Apparently, that I had wondered, oh, there was an old women's and a new women's movement. I wondered what happened. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. That was long.
It was. I have about 45 minutes before I got to get out of here and go pick him up from his football practice. But that was amazing. It was amazing. It was really dense, and I'm not complaining. But it was a lot. I had 2 pages of notes again. And
well, this first chapter, like what is feminism, is really a base, like it's a huge, densely, like really dense, because it's really taking the whole almost history and like dissecting it, and like, you know, so that takes a lot of area to go through, right? A lot of different areas to sort of analyze and dissect and
no, it was
theorize on.
Fantastic. Scott was like, yes, your guest is really hitting the nail on the head here. Like, they were loving it. They were loving it out there. You slayed them today. It's great.
And the last one, I'm having a can of tuna for lunch.
Oh, well, that's just Scott,
Yeah.
Tuna sounds good. I had turkey, but Oh, and I have mosquitoes. Excuse me.
Oh, I've got mosquito bites too lately, like everywhere for my place. But anyways, what I was gonna say was next time we get together, we will be more focused on certain areas.
Cool.
Like this one, social origin of the sexual division of labor. So we search for the origins of feminist perspective, some biased concepts, suggested approaches. We got appropriation of nature by women and men. Oh, this might actually be another dense one. We got women and men's appropriation of their own bodies, women and men's object relation to nature, female productivity as a precondition of male productivity, the myth of man the hunter, women's tools, men's tools, pastoralists, agriculturalists, and man the hunter under feudalism and capitalism. So this might be the area where we go into some different sort of the establishment of civilization, right? And the difference is what it looks like with agriculturalists and pastoralists and hunter-gatherer. Like, so we just kind of look at where patriarchy sort of had its imprints in history and the anthropology of it, which is really, really interesting.
Love that. Love that. What's our page count, though? Wait, Lizzie C said, I was so glad to be on Alive. Thank you for reading this. I feel like a lot of things clicked into place for me. You're very welcome. This is such a fantastic book. Yes, fantastic book. Loving it. And the only reason I'm asking about the page count is because I felt like we really had some pressure to keep going in a way that we don't necessarily need.
Okay, well, let me just take a look. That was quite a page count.
So, right. And if our next one is anything like that, we might want to cut it in half or something, maybe.
Well, let's see.
Which is up to you, but it's a suggestion.
Oh no, it's half.
Okay.
The page count today, because this goes up to like page like 40, and the other one only goes up to is from 40 to 60. That's 20.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. That sounds great.
See, like I said, this one was really dense. This was
I think
the most dense chapter. I think the other ones are going to be less because they're more focused. Oh yeah, definitely less.
Okay,
that was the longest one that we'll ever have.
Okay, cool. Okay, Scott, you already told her her nails are lovely. We know, but thank you. I mean, Barbara Ehrenreich talked about this in 1999. When was this published again? 1986. Yeah, no, this lady. Is she a doctor, or is it just? Does she have a prefix? Maria Mies. Does she have a prefix or anything?
She was. Yeah, she was a professor in Germany, and then she went and helped taught some places in India, and then she did lots of women groups in India, where she got like a lot more. And she actually hooked up with Silvia Federici with the and all that too as well. Yeah, so they know each other and all that.
I'm not surprised.
Maria Della Costa and all of them. So these
are kind of cool.
Women. Yeah, so a lot of these, a lot of the ones that I really enjoyed, a lot of the feminist works I enjoyed have come from this sort of group of women who really actually worked in the third world and who've been in the third world. Like Sylvia Federici was in Nigeria for a long time. She lived in Nigeria for a while. Same with Maria Mies. She was in India and lived in India for a long time. So they're able to get together. And then you got Selma Della Costa, who's like Latin American and stuff. So a lot of like perspectives from different parts of the world, which is very helpful. Right? If you want to get a bigger perspective, look at talk to the women in those regions. Right?
Yeah. It's almost when you're not racist, it's fucking obvious. Yeah. I love it. And yeah, I had another thing, but it's gone. I'm a little tired, sorry.
Yeah, that was a long one. But yeah, no, I'm good. I'm really excited for the rest of what's coming up because having read this before.
Yeah, and you might draw in a larger audience.
Yeah, you might. This might hit more. This might hit more too with people, right? Because it's not just a historical analysis, but more of
right.
It's not like a big. It's like it brings up the stuff like historically, but then it goes into present um analysis, and then future, and then suggestions, right?
Right. And some of her future stuff, here's what might happen. Just have me,
I know, right?
because here,
That's what I
that's
mean when
what
I said when
happened.
people have the tendency to be right in the theories and having that come true. That's usually, I'm like, well, what else did you say? Like,
You're right.
because you were
Yeah,
on to
clearly they're
something,
onto something. Yeah,
obviously.
right. Yeah, right. Exactly. Oh, wow. So thank you so much for sharing this,
Yeah,
you know, and doing all this reading. Um,
I am happy to do so because, like I said before, I would always bug you about reading certain texts and stuff like that. And
yeah.
I have so much of these books and stuff, and I want to talk about what is in them. And but for
Hmm.
that, people have to know about them and read them.
Well, I
And
love
so,
being able to introduce this stuff here on the channel and then to make it a part of what, like, not to take credit, that I am building. You
yeah,
know,
no,
you're
yeah,
helping me build this foundation, and it's so amazing. Thank you so much.
yeah, no worries. I'm enjoying myself immensely, and
Hmm.
hopefully, you don't get not just you getting something out of it, but other women maybe or
No, yeah.
men even too getting
And
something out of it as well.
yeah.
In case, because like I don't know how many people are aware of these texts, right? Because there's certain ones that are very prolific, and there's some
Hmm.
that aren't. And I find the ones that
Right.
aren't usually are better, which is
Right. Well,
pretty bad,
it's more depths and breadths that they get to actually then funnel into the things that they do. Yeah.
right? And well, and
Yeah.
also a lot of the texts too out there are very by women who have a lot of funding behind them,
Hmm.
usually,
Hmm.
and a lot of Western perspectives, which they're getting funded for a reason, right?
Yeah.
You always have to be aware of that. They're getting funding for a reason. And
Yeah.
it's because it's not usually going to, like, sometimes they're good, but sometimes there's got issues within them, and it helps to be diverse, like to divide a lot of like the women's movements into a certain kind of shoehorn it into only like a specific sort of like area, like
Right.
cultural feminism,
Balkanize.
or the glass ceiling aspect of it, or just
Right.
cultural aspect of it. Usually you don't find lots of ones with economic aspects of it, and that's important. And
Hmm.
there's a reason why those ones don't get as much funding and attention, because I think it does delve into a lot of the root of the problem of capitalist society. So
Yeah. Yeah. No, capitalism is supposed to be our friend.
okay, Gloria, sorry.
Were you thinking about her too? Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah. Yeah. We're both gonna outlive her, so we'll get the
Good.
last
I'll
laugh.
look into that. Oh, looking for Maria Mies entry into Wikipedia.
Oh, her 1886 book is available for viewing on the Internet Archive. I believe that's what we're reading, is it not?
Yeah, this is, see if you haven't noticed.
Like, good call, Scott.
This is I got mine is actually printed from that,
Yeah.
because I can't find it anywhere else. You can't. Well, maybe you can, but like it's harder to find
You'd probably
actually
have to
like
order
printed.
it. Yeah. Have it printed, basically. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh no. Where did you
Oh, there I
go?
am. Sorry,
Okay.
as I was saying,
Eh.
Sylvia Fredicci literally after writing it, put it free for everyone to read. So yeah, a lot of these books are out there because they realize it's important, and not everyone has the ability to purchase, or
Right.
it leaves it up to the publishing houses and the institutions of that to push
Because they're
for
going
it.
to
They don't want to
prioritize
leave it
this
up to
kind of
them.
stuff, right? No.
What?
Because they're going to prioritize this kind of stuff. I'm sorry. I'm just being snarky.
They won't. Yeah, no, they won't. Exactly. So they won't
No.
prioritize it. So it's a lot of the independent bookstores that would, if they're political ones, but more accessible ones are not.
Hmm.
So just
Hmm.
to put it on the internet helps with getting out their, you know, it's not just like about getting money, basically.
Right. No. Right. Yeah. It's like they wrote these books actually trying to make a point or something.
Yeah, they want people to read it. They want a bigger demographic to read it because it's important. It's not just about
Right.
having it be a part of like their career.
Right, right, right. Their public persona, basically. I was ran sort of a tangent, but I was thinking about that, how that seems to be the source of disillusionment so often with like public figures, especially in media. Excuse me,
Oh yeah,
is where you realize that everything they've done wasn't because they wanted to; it was because they wanted you to see them that way.
yeah. That's my thing with idolizing. I don't think it's very healthy at all to
No,
idolize any feminist authors or even just other
right.
political figures, because then you become blind to some of their biases themselves. You have to always be
Hmm.
very, very critical. And if you put them on a pedestal too much, then you won't notice that. You'll just go along, right? You would stop the critical thinking in your head, you
Yeah,
know?
I mean, dare I say it? If you want religion, there are outlets for that. That's not politics,
Yeah, exactly. I don't bow down to idol worship.
right?
I don't like that. I don't like it in
No,
Hollywood. I
but
don't
if
like it in
that's
our
what you're what,
movements.
but if that's what somebody's wanting, there are other places for that
Yeah.
than
I still don't even
politics
think
and
that
like,
it's healthy to do that in other places. Just don't do that. Like, just don't do that. Nobody is above you. Like, there's nobody who's like, to be idolized
oh
like
no,
that.
no, I know. I'm speaking of like hypothetical deities, not people. No person, absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. But I'm just saying, like, some people have this need for that, I think, as a crutch or whatever. Not what I'm not moralizing. I'm just saying that exists. And
No,
sometimes it's more
totally.
destructive than others. Like, and I think that in, like politics and, media person, it can be like possibly the most destructive.
Oh yeah. Well, look at sort of the idolizing of the of Trump.
Right. Those are the people we're
Right? It's
supposed to hold
become
to
culty.
account. That's
It's
the whole
become
fucking
culty
point.
that even now, like, I mean, his
Hmm.
his ratings have gone down significantly because he's just like fast tracked into all the bullshit.
Oh
And
my God.
everyone's
Yeah, I
like, what
know.
the fuck? Especially since the Epstein files.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's the one I've been focusing on, not focusing on. Like, I not like I want to, but that's the one that's been really, really preying on my mind lately. Not
Yeah.
because I'm actually concerned about it, but because it's like dominoes are falling in my mind. Like
Oh yeah.
I shared a short about it the other day. I don't know if you saw
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I saw that actually. I think I liked it too.
Oh, okay,
So
cool, thanks.
yeah, I saw
And
that.
yeah, and I'm just like, oh, that's fun. And my next thought is, I wonder how many of these people actually believe this apocalyptic shit. Because a lot of people believe a lot of weird shit. You
Like,
know?
what do you mean by apocalyptic shit?
Oh, I mean, like the return of Christ and shit. I mean, the real
Oh
deal.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, they're
I don't really.
sacrificing cows and everything. Okay, like this is bonkers. I don't believe that shit. I
I
think
think
it's
there might be
bizarre.
some like Mike Huckabee or whatever. He's like a crazy evangelical Christian,
Right,
right? I think
right. Well,
maybe he believes it, but for the majority, I don't think they believe it. I think it's an excuse for public facing for power to make power moves,
see
right?
that ironically is the comforting answer to me. That would be the
Right?
comforting answer. The idea that anyone with any real power actually believes they're trying to bring about the biblical apocalypse
I don't
is
think they would be able to
terrifying.
maintain power if that's how they truly felt because they're so
Oh,
ideologically captured. People with power know that they're a class of powerful elite people and they want to maintain it.
hmm.
And they will use things like ideology to push certain narratives. That's just what religion is about.
Right. So that doesn't
So,
mean there isn't a guy on the second tier with
well,
way
that's what
too
I'm saying.
much
Like Mike
power.
Huckabee, I'm pretty sure actually believes this shit. Like
Mike
he's one of
Huckabee
the
is not a
examples.
second tier politician. I don't know what you've been reading, but he is not a second
No,
tier
but you know what I mean?
politician.
I think maybe there are a few out scattered, but for
Yeah.
the most part, on the majority level, I don't believe they believe any of this shit. You just got some
Okay.
real fucking wackos inbreeded or something like that that have power. That do.
Okay.
I don't think it's the leading sort of mentality though.
You just think they're psychopathic, not delusional, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Because it just scares me sometimes, wow. Because the
Yeah.
people who are the most dangerous are the ones who are going to think they're going to get to go to heaven if they die. Like they're not
I
scared
don't know. I think the most
in the
dangerous things is they
slightest.
think that they are gone and this is their heaven already. And
Oh,
they
okay.
have the
Well,
power
yeah.
to feel that.
You're
That's
right.
what the
You're right. You're right.
That's what the psychopaths believe.
They don't
believe that
blend in
they
as
are
well.
God.
They don't blend in as well.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah. But woo,
psychopath.
man,
Yeah.
things are just going down fast.
Yeah, and that's I strangely I have been watching a lot of this like neo-Christian shit, right? Because I'm responding to this girl who is grifting them, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm hearing some of the things that they're saying, and it's just like terrifying, you know.
Well,
If
because
there's anyone else,
it's propagated for the lesser people to believe, so that they fight each other
yeah,
on the behalf of them, right? To
yeah,
distract them into fighting each other, so they don't come after them. Like it's a tactic oldest time. Like I think I forget, it was some railroad giant owner back in like the early 1900s was like, I could just pay one half of the working class to go ahead and kill the other. Like if
right. So what
right,
you
it's not
do
like they don't
is,
know. They
oh
know
my
what they're
god,
doing.
oh my god, I'm sorry. It's like you mythologize the situation so that those who are actually being like used act like they're involved, feel like they're involved. It's like you know.
Yeah. Yep. That's why I always say when I try to talk to people about when it comes to that aspect, it's a big club, but you're not in it.
Right.
Like, just so you
Right.
know, you might think that you are and act like you are. You're not. You're really not. You're a tool being used. How does it feel
Right.
to be used as a tool? Because they don't like you. They think you're dumb.
Right.
And you're
No,
still acting
so
on their behalf.
oh yeah.
So,
Oh,
do you like to be
and it's
used?
just such a terrible misuse. It's such a terrible misuse of a really foundational human trait that's really actually kind of cool, you know, like storytelling.
Yeah, but it's turning it around and used against people is when it's
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Again, that's why I'm writing a book. And my mind does kind of seem to like drift to back to this spot a lot. I know, but like,
well,
I
if you
can't
can
help
like
it.
inspire people through storytelling and on the side of, you know, moralistic principle and being just ethical, moral person, is not bad.
Right, and it's to trying to sort of activate countering ideas.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah, but through the guise of storytelling, so it's the spoonful of sugar.
Yeah. Well,
Oh
just
boy.
standing on the shoulders of giants kind of thing is that they have all the resources for themselves to be able to deploy such overall messaging, right?
Mm-hmm.
That makes it hard to push back because they have the resources of standing on giants,
Right.
whereas we aren't.
Which is
Even though we've got
why.
the quantity, but we don't have the quality of information. Like, we're quantity is in bodies. We could take them out, but we don't because of the messaging.
Yeah.
The way to siphon
Right.
information and that knowledge for them alone and not give it properly to everyone. It's not freely just distributed, right?
Right. Well, they've, like I say, they've mythologized it to the point where it feels like we have this big, important part to play, and I guess we do. But like, I don't know. It's I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying too.
I don't need to restate it. And like, oh god, I'm sorry. I must be getting tired.
No, it's okay. What were we gonna say? You just nothing. You're just like
I was
just
reading the
ranting.
comments, and my brain like shorted a little bit because I was thinking one thing and reading something else, and then I was like, wait, what?
Multitasking.
Yeah, well, and I'm not used to sitting still for this long.
Yeah, like I said, it was definitely a dense read today. But like I said, this is that was the longest chapter that we'll ever have on this book.
Okay.
All the other ones are like, yeah, not as long. Not
I
even
hate to
close.
complain. I don't mean to complain. It was so good.
Yeah, you can always also go back and like go like listen to it again if like there's other if you kind of zoned out too. But
Oh, no, I didn't. That wasn't the problem. I did get up and pace around. You didn't see any of that, hopefully. But like,
I didn't.
but by the way, I should mention, like, you are going to have a little cameo in the video because I want to just clip something
Yeah,
specifically from It's Tea Time. Oh, shush. Um,
yeah,
because I
no,
want to
that's
clip
fine.
something
You can clip me
specifically
all
that
day long.
Sylvia. Okay, so the something specifically that Sylvia Federici said,
Yeah.
like verbatim, and the easiest way
No,
to
no,
do
no.
that is just
Yeah, just to use me. I'll
yeah.
let you use me.
Okay,
You're
thanks.
allowed to use me.
Thanks. It's not exploitation. Oh my God. I really appreciated, in all seriousness, the definition of that along, I guess, Marxist terms.
Yeah.
That was
See,
of exploitation. That
yeah,
was good.
exactly. This is what I mean by taking ideas from these different theoreticians and implementing what works and what doesn't. Because
Hmm.
again, too, nobody has all the information. No one's going to be 100% right.
Right.
You have to just see what has worked, what makes sense, what doesn't, and it like you could come up with new like areas of thought if you take it from if you're open-minded enough not to just describe like disassociate from one just because of any sort of annotations from that, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's the inverse of what they were saying, where you just kind of attach the woman question to Marxism and that'll
Yeah.
make it complete. No,
No,
you
no,
take
no.
from
Yeah,
other
go the other
stuff.
way. Go the other way.
Yeah.
Take other
Right.
stuff and then build upon it, right? And see what works, what
Which
doesn't.
almost sounds like a woman centered perspective, doesn't it? It's weird.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, I don't mind. You can take whatever you want from these clips and
Okay.
just
I just
don't
wanted
put
to
in.
let you know because
Just don't use
courtesy.
AI to like use
Oh my
it
God.
and distinguish, take and jumble my message and make me say something stupid.
Love you. Have a good night, honey. No, I never use AI for anything.
No, I know you would. I'm just bugging. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay. I'm just saying that for public record. I never use AI for anything. Not knowingly, anyway.
Yeah, not knowingly. I think actually I noticed that a few people saying that in shorts at least, what YouTube has done is started using AI
Right.
to
Right.
for the videos.
Right.
Just to clean it up in their perspective. But that means you're feeding into that machine of whatever AI they're using without
We
your
all knew
permission,
we were
which
doing
is,
that
I don't know
anyway.
if it's legal yet. But I don't know.
No, we all knew we were feeding into it anyway. We all knew they were scraping our
Yeah,
data
you're basically
everywhere anyway.
gonna have to just be aware that it doesn't matter if things are legal, what's not legal, they're gonna do it anyway.
No,
And they're not
yeah.
gonna tell you when they're doing it all the time. So you're
No,
just gonna
because
have
the
to
law has nowhere near covering
so
that
you're
yet.
just gonna have to
So,
concede to
yeah.
the fact that no matter what you're putting out there, even if you haven't been told, that you're gonna have to understand that the likelihood is gonna be used.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
You either become a hermit or you feed the beast. There are only two choices.
Well, you could try to not feed the beast a little bit. For me, I don't put my face out there.
Well,
But
okay,
my
true.
voice is so like
Right.
so like it's a give or take. You see what you can do
Yeah.
and kind
I
of
mean,
come to your
there are
own
levels,
conclusions of
but
what is necessarily allowed without having such a side effect that's going to be even more detrimental later. I guess you could say.
yeah, right. Which is
If that makes sense.
impossible. Yeah, no, I would love to be able to do that. But like I said, based on my experience with the last 12 years of the internet, I have no faith of myself being able to do that, of anyone being
Yeah.
able to do that. Things have changed so much. Things changed so much so quick like 10 years ago.
Oh, I know.
And they turned
It
on
seems
me.
like
Like I
things are progressing faster and faster and faster when it comes to these issues too. That's why it
yeah.
seems like it's just like speeding up faster and faster, closer to like whatever is going to happen. Which is not a nice thought to leave off on, but
Yeah, right. Oh my God, whatever's going to happen. It's not going to be, I don't know. The one thing I just wish for is like not a repeat of the past, right?
Mhm.
That's something we
Yeah,
could hope for. Hopefully that's something most people would hope for. Like,
yeah. I,
uh,
I, I, uh,
that's what
I
I'm
just
gunning
like,
for. right?
I just think that the West is done for, personally, at least in the States, and it's sort of, other NATO-centric Western societies, because it's getting bad, and it's getting bad more like faster and more. Just it's like rolling down a fucking hill. It just like picking up pace.
Well, I heard as of the other day, France doesn't have a government. I mean,
Yeah.
but they do
But
that
did you know
sometimes.
that look at Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada was friends with Maxwell, and Epstein, going
Yeah. No,
personal
they're all
ties with them,
compromised.
and personal ties with them, and he's nothing but a banker. He literally collapsed the dollar or whatever, or something, helped collapse
Nice.
the dollar, I think, in the UK.
Wow, that's
But
impressive.
nobody knew who he was too. He came out of fucking nowhere.
Uh-huh.
But people
And won an
voted for him
election.
anyways because they saw
Nice.
Trump and they got scared. Or they voted for the
Right.
conservative. And then so they didn't even ask
Right.
any questions and just voted for Carney.
Uh-huh. And that exact thing is about to happen here in the States, just, on delay.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just going to be like, oh my God, you're a liberal? Give it to us.
Yeah, exactly. And that doesn't mean anything, though, because we've talked about before, it's both sides of the same coin, just different aesthetics.
Yep.
Yeah. This is so depressing.
Well, see, I mean, here where I kind of live in this area. I'm less depressed by this. This is what I'm working on. I feel so incredibly powerless about all that international, like actual on the ground. People are fucking dying all the time. Shit. I just can't.
They bombed Greta Thunberg's boat.
Right. Yeah. Like the way that you deal with on the, like, if you'll forgive the term, in a boots on the ground sort of level, I can't.
Yeah.
The blood and guts. I can't. Ah. There was little, and I'm so embarrassed. I'm glad you couldn't see me. There was literally something that you read. I was like, I teared up over something you were reading just because of the concept. Because I don't know. I just wasn't expecting to encounter the concept of clitorectomies today. I don't know.
Yeah.
That made me literally tear up. I'm like, oh God, that's right. They do shit like that. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just don't think about that on a regular basis because I would cry all the time.
Yeah. I couldn't even imagine.
I can't help it.
Yeah.
But imagine. I can't help but imagine. And it's the worst possible. What a horrible.
I can't even imagine, because it's so, it's so harsh.
The most heinous thing I've ever heard, I swear. Oh, just.
But also I think you have to remember too, this stuff happened with, say, the witch burnings and stuff. When they tortured them, they did the most heinous things of sexual torture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know, but I don't think about it. I know that sounds stupid. But in order to confront these things, I have to not have that kind of thing front of mind.
You can't think about it 24/7. You'll never fucking get off the fucking
exactly.
bed.
Exactly.
Die.
Exactly. So in order to confront these things, I have to not have that stuff just top of mind, and it comes up and I'm just like, oh my God, oh God, oh God. Oh. Yeah. Fuck God, he's not helping anything. Sorry.
But you even in Western society, you even see today, when it comes to, say, I know I'm bringing her up again with Kelly J. Keane and this idea that white men are the protectors against these savages, barbarians, right? It's just so you're like, oh girl. It's they're not going to protect you, because every part of the culture, their culture, our culture, is both in a way doing are both infused with patriarchy and women hating. They really are, because it's necessary for the system. The fact that you actually started believing this nonsense, what happened? Why do you think trans came up? Why do you think that exists? And then when I've seen other ones around England talking about when they like, yeah, in Iran, let's say you do sex change surgeries, right, for gay men, but then you concentrate it as a racial thing and don't even look at what's happening in your own country. Yeah, they're doing that there, but you know what they're also doing here? They're sterilizing children who grow up to be gay and transing them. So it's just the same thing, except for one side's not pretending it's something else, while our sides are manipulating people to believe in it and have them do it themselves. But the outcome is similar. They're both very like brutal, like kind of aspects of what the society on a whole is, and they're connected.
Yeah.
So
no, I really loved what she said. Her explanation and description, I guess maybe is a better word, of how in a closed world, building up one side necessarily tears down the other.
Yeah, the one pulls against each other. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really just beautifully illustrated, I thought.
Yeah, but and it's true. It's like
they're
not gonna be satisfied at this, and in the West, we're not gonna have any sort of fulfillment because it's never ending. It's infinite.
Right.
So you're always looking, you're always taking more, and that taking is coming from somewhere.
Right, yeah.
And then you complain that they're like backwards, but who made it that way? Us, and we're still doing it, and you're justifying it by not looking at what's going on here. Because
the comparison is obvious. If you're a woman who has been, told that you're just like that because of how women are.
Shit!
Are you okay?
There goes my thing. Oh no, it's not gonna stay. Shit, why isn't it staying? Here.
Oh no.
Is it gonna stay now? Okay, we're good.
All right.
Did you go flying?
Yeah, that was quite an experience. Whee, I'm dizzy. What were we talking about? I mean, besides obviously, but
the way that the different poles.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to remember specifically where we were. Oh my gosh, here comes the school bus.
Okay, Kat, you gotta get out of here, please. You knocked over my thing. Get out.
Oh, that's what happened?
Yes, my cat. I don't hear meow. Can you hear? Can you hear the cat?
No, but there's a bus.
She's meowing up a storm, and she went knocked over.
Aw.
She said, "Give me attention." I'm like, "Bitch, no, I'm busy." Here, want to say hi? Yeah. Go say hi.
Oh, she's tortoiseshell.
Oh yeah. Look up here. Wait, look at the camera. No. Oh, Jesus. She laughed.
Our cat has been a speed bump for us. What? Oh, it's 10 in the evening here. I need to go chill so that I can sleep tonight and not get stuck into politics. You know what? That's cool.
Yeah, understandable. I don't want to have nightmares about those scenarios either.
Yeah, we've been here a while. And I feel like I'm complaining. I'm just not used to this anymore. I'm so glad we got to do this today. When I got up this morning, I hadn't heard from you. I was like, I have no backup plan. I'm just going to have to not do anything.
Sorry for getting you all concerned about that. No, I was planning on, just forgot. Get away from the thing, Cat. She just did it again. She's trying to just knock over everything because I'm not paying enough attention right now. Yeah, you.
Well, she's gonna get her part in, right? Because I feel like it's very appropriate. We started the thing talking about. Are you there?
Oh, I'm back.
Okay, I think it's perfect. We started this talking about how cats are, symbolic of women and witchcraft and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's great.
Oh, kitty. You're so funny. Oh, my knocked over all my crystals.
Oh, Glückskatzen in Germany. That's cool. Tortoiseshells are called lucky cats in Germany. That's interesting.
Oh, Cat, come here. Okay, I'll hold on to you then. Anyway, so yeah, well, she knocked over the thing where my bookshelf is, and that's where all my crystals are. And so all crystals went flying. And
Oh no.
thankfully, I don't think any of them broke. You are
Oh,
such a new
yeah,
I
wow.
know. My
She's just
those expensive.
bratting up a storm over there. My goodness.
I know. When she gets like that, she's spoiled.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I have tortoise cats, tortoiseshell cats.
Aw,
So they are a handful.
yeah.
But yeah. So I guess I think we should probably be done by now. I probably have lots of things to do.
I have to get off and I have to leave in 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get ready for all the things. But I'm glad that we were able to come together. And yeah, I'm sorry that I didn't message you yesterday night. I just completely forgot, and then it was late enough. I was like, I'll do the rest of the morning.
I'm just glad we were able to get it together. Charlie Kirk is in critical condition? Oh, what?
What, like physically?
Apparently. That's what Scott is saying. So there's something
Really?
to go look into, I guess. Holy crap.
Well, but whatever, good, I guess.
Everybody else be safe out there.
Yeah, but everyone else, make sure don't be a Charlie Kirk.
And yeah, thank you so much for reading, but I'm afraid I gotta go because I do.
Yeah,
I have to
me
leave
too.
in
I gotta go
literally
too.
9
My
minutes.
cat is gonna just destroy everything if I don't get off anyway. So
Okay.
there we go.
All right. I'll talk to you
Bye.
in email, right? Email me about the book.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Totally. All right. Bye.
Cool. Bye, everybody.
Bye.